Here's the promise. Regardless of whether you have collections, late payments, charge-off, foreclosures, repossessions, bankruptcies, judgments, tax liens, short sales, or anything in between, factual disputes can virtually guarantee that anything can be removed or corrected will be. So what that means is that obviously there's no way to force the bureaus, the creditors, the collectors, or anybody for that matter, your mom, your dad, your brother, your cousin, your son, whoever, the dude at the grocery store, to do anything. You can't force your spouse to take the garbage out. You can't force anybody to do anything. And that also goes for, the bureaus, the creditors, and the collectors, right? So you have to remember that when people are saying that they have access to this or that, that's going to, 90 days, 30 days, whatever. It doesn't work like that, because if it did, you'd be paying freaking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for it. Did this drop into the account yet? Can I go find it? So the purpose of today is to show you how to craft the perfect dispute process so that you can transform your life and become financially confident without working 24/7, hitting the lottery, or striking gold. All right. So everything that you've been told is wrong. And I really want you to understand that. And I'm not saying that to, sound like an a-hole. Your understanding of this is wrong. First of all, they said that it's an easy process because the bureaus have 30 days to respond. Yes, they will most definitely respond, but just to tell you it's been verified as accurate. And now you're back at ground zero. What the heck? What do you do? What do you do at that point? Well, there is a belief that even though you've worked your ass off your entire life to get where you are, fixing your financial biography, which is your credit report, will be easy because by law, the bureaus have to do something. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. The entire point is that you actually have to hold them accountable. If you don't hold them accountable, nothing's going to change. Laws don't change, societies don't change, people don't change unless they're forced to change, right? Now, they also made it seem like the FCRA doesn't stipulate inaccurate as a required reason for removal or correction, and that any negative item can be removed. They said that it's guaranteed to work. They said that it'd only be a few months. They said it's okay to use online disputes. They said that all you have to do is use a police report, right? And by offering something that they don't control, they brainwash the community and change your understanding of how it works to be something it never was and never will be, which is easy, okay? So this is the approach. So we propose this 4-step approach to attacking inaccurate negative items on a credit report. Number one, you have to do your research. The first step to correctly identifying the canons, right, the things that are actually going to remove the negative items on the credit report, is actually analyzing each element of the account. Then you go to the design process, right? So the second step is to design the action plan based on your research. That's why action plans are created. That's why an analysis is actually done. So what's hurting the credit score the most is where you want to focus your time and energy. And a lot of people get this wrong. They think that you need to go and just dispute everything. And you really, really, really do not want to dispute everything, because if you do, you can go and end up changing your numbers, meaning that 35% of the credit score that's made up of history, you're going to go and change those numbers. So instead of having a 7-year credit history, by removing that paid charge off on your report or your client's report, now it's going to drop down to whatever your next account is. What is it, 2 years old, 3 years old? So now you just decreased by 50%, which means that your entire score, that 35%, not your entire score, but that 35% that makes that up, is now only based off of 2 years, right? So this affects many, many things. It's not just removing an account that is listed on your credit report. And furthermore, your credit report is just a search run on a massive database. It's not the actual accounts associated. So if you have someone telling you that you don't have to pay something just because it's removed from your credit report, they are full of freaking crap, okay? That account didn't go anywhere. That money that is owed by you or by your client didn't go anywhere, okay? They or you still owe that money until, number one, it's paid. Number two, they issue a 1099-C, or number three, they can no longer collect it. Okay, those are the only three stipulations, unless it's forgiven, that would qualify as you not owing it or your client. So don't believe, because this is another video that I landed on this week that just by deleting it, you no longer owe that. That is not correct. You will get sued if it's within the statute of limitations, and they're going to take you to court, right? So keep that in the forefront of your mind. All right, so we are moving on. Develop. So the third step is to develop a follow-up plan to deal with the rejections that are obviously sure to come back in response from the credit bureaus. So you need to develop a follow-up plan, right? So the way that you do that is, excuse me, by ensuring that you are using everything that is required in the dispute letter. So when you go and look at the try and learn, and you see the different modules on there, it's going to teach you everything that's required in the dispute letter, the anatomy of the dispute letter, as well as everything that each part of the account is for and why you want to dispute it and why it's important, the impact and all that, right? So you're actually going to dispute in a way that is going to leave the bureaus with absolutely no, how do I want to put this? Nothing that they could possibly do other than ignore you, reject it because the computer, read it wrong, or delete the account, because they are not going to do their job until they're forced to do their job, right? But once they do, it's going to be 9 times out of 10 a permanent deletion, because we're not looking for temporary results. We're looking for permanent results. You don't want to be checking your credit or having your client check their credit every 3 days or so, or every week or monthly, just because they're worried that an account's going to come back on. So that's one part of this that is very, very important, because you want to make sure that you are not going to have stuff come back as frivolous, or you're not giving the bureaus any reason to, further frustrate you and all that kind of stuff. So anyways, that all goes with the dispute funnel and setting the follow-up. That's actually what it's called. So it's the dispute funnel for set the follow-up. All right, so moving on, because now I'm just going in 15 different directions. Engage. So the fourth step is to engage the bureaus in a duel, right? Obviously, you're the winner. Think of this as you would a boxing match, okay? So the old decision process was like this. So most do-it-yourself consumers use this process, and it's one that you want to move away from. This is not a towards, this is away from. So they dispute all the negative items on the report, regardless of the impact. And remember, we were talking about, where was it back here, with the analysis, right? I believe it was. So when you're doing your analysis, you have to determine, do I have to dispute this? Is this going to change the numbers? And if it does change the numbers, what's that going to look like for my report or for my client's report? Is it going to affect the score? And if it does, how is it going to affect the score, right? So not all negative items need to be disputed. If that bankruptcy, it's been on there for 10 years, don't bother, because if it's the oldest account, removing it is going to drop the score. You want to make sure that you have something else on there to lift that score, so that when that comes off, it's not going to make that big of an impact. When you have paid charge-offs, if they are older than 24 months, you really, really, really need to determine if they need to come off. Who is telling you that the account needs to come off? If it's a mortgage person, then listen to them, take it off. All right. But if it's just you looking at the credit report thinking, hey, this needs to come off just because I feel like it needs to come off, you need to understand what these accounts mean on your credit. All right. So using the 609 method, you'll dispute all that counts as unverified. Remember, this is the old decision process, okay? We are moving away from this stuff. So without knowing the real purpose of the law, you threaten to sue after asking for a contract that does not exist, using a law that has nothing to do with contracts. So just so you know, that's what the 609 process is. So 609 actually has nothing to do with contracts and has everything to do with consumer disclosures, okay? So when you are asking for something, saying that it's something else, for something that doesn't exist, what you're doing is you're putting yourself in a position to not only come back as frivolous, but to be basically, let's just use the word banned, basically banned from disputing, okay? So when I say something that doesn't exist, I'm talking about, did you ever sign a contract with Capital One, or for that loan that you signed up for online, that payday loan? No, you didn't. I mean, unless you did, obviously, unless, if they had like DocuSign or something like that. But if it's a credit card and you didn't go into the bank or didn't apply like at Kohl's, then 9 times out of 10, you didn't sign anything. So yes, you agreed to terms and conditions, which they will bring up in court if they take you there or if you take them there. But just asking for a contract for an account like that, using a law that has nothing to do with contracts really, really, really makes a person look stupid. Okay. Makes you look like you have absolutely no idea what you're doing or why you're doing it. Okay. So that's what that part means. And then threaten to sue for something they didn't violate because you're asking for something that doesn't exist, having to do with a law that has nothing to do with what you're disputing. Okay. Excuse me. Give up or do something illegal because this method did not work. So some people actually go from aimless disputing to 609 to 1681 to online disputes, and then they claim identity theft. I've seen it a million times. You don't want to do this, all right? So here is the new decision process. So we easily use the FCRA without using the law itself in the letter, of course, to remove inaccurate negative information taken directly from the credit report. Now, you hear me say this all the time on YouTube. We're taking the facts that the actual creditors and the collectors and the courts report on the reports, and we use them in our arguments using that data to back it up. Now, where the FCRA comes in is those laws actually uphold the deletion. We don't ask for something unless we actually know that there's something that's standing right behind it to get what we want. All right, so number one, we target the accounts with the biggest impact. The accounts that need to be removed have the biggest impact within the last 24 months and otherwise within the last 4 years, okay? So that should have said years, not just last 4. The second thing is we target the account elements with the biggest impact, like date last active, date last paid. So just so you know why I start with date last active, and you'll learn this in the try and learn section, it's because that's the date that determines when the account naturally falls off. So if they added 7 years to this, obviously that is not correct. And it's going to add additional timing when that account could have come off years before. You get what I'm saying? So that's why these things are important. All right. You're going to find that every single element on the account runs like a domino. So you hit one and it hits the other and hits the other, and they fall. They're all directly connected. And you're going to learn that in the domino effect for disputing. One of the links that I'm going to give you, okay? It's very, very important. And it'll also give you the link to the presentation that I used so that you can go check it out yourself. All right. So anyways, as a car drives past, we dispute factual inaccuracies that have a law that upholds a deletion without using the law in the letter. Because remember, we are just everyday Janes and everyday Joes, all right? We're not going to sit here and say pursuant to this and pursuant to that. Nobody talks like that. So if the rest of our letter is just, hey, I just pulled my credit report. I don't understand what this is. Can you take a look at this? This needs to be removed because, these 3 dates are different. Then why are we also saying, well, pursuant to section 1681, you're required to do an investigation. And if you don't do an investigation, or you don't, if you can't furnish the information, then you're required by law under said section, and paragraph to remove this within, blah, blah, blah. Nobody talks like that. So if you don't talk like that, don't write like that. Okay. So then we target the follow-up. Now, I did mention this twice already, and you're going to learn about that in the dispute funnel, but we do not want to give the bureaus any reason for a rejection because their job is to reject you, and it is to frustrate you. It is to get you to stop disputing. A lot of people don't realize that the bureaus are not in the credit business. They are in the data business. It just so happens that they have to have a complaints department. That's what they are. They are the ones that, where they actually do the investigation. They're a freaking complaints department, okay? What I mean is that people have bad credit, they don't pay their accounts, and then they go and complain about them. I'm complaining that I didn't pay my Capital One account, and furthermore, not only do I not want to pay it, but I want you to do me a solid and remove it from my credit report. And if you don't do it, I'm going to sue you. So that's what I'm talking about, okay? They are in the data business. They obtain and maintain and sell your information. So this is actually why it is a huge conflict of interest. And they are not there to help you. They are there to keep that information on your credit report. They are there to make sure that they make the money off of it, because the more inaccurate and the more data your credit report actually reports, the more money that they make. And information, the more expensive your information is. Because remember, they're going to then sell it to their main customer, not you. It's the creditor. And the creditor wants your data. They want your bad credit or your, less than average credit or less than best credit or whatever, because that means that they get to charge you, the consumer, the higher interest rate, which means more money. They make more money off you paying what, $350 instead of $100, per month on your vehicle. They make more money at 26% interest than a 9% interest or 0% interest, because at 0%, they're not making any money. The banks only make money off of interest, right? That's how credit cards work. Other than annual fees, obviously, but your credit also, deals with that. So anywho, let's keep it going. Target the overall impact of the credit. So only dispute the accounts that are going to raise the credit score by removal. Again, we went over that. Okay, so old versus new. So the most important factor that changes the focus of the letter, is the focus of the letter. So in the old method, the focus was on the letter body. In the new method, the focus is on the dispute reason. So here's the old one. So it uses a 2-page law-heavy letter threatening a lawsuit if the account is not removed after failed verification. All they have to do is come back and say it was verified. So, that kind of just totally stops you dead in your tracks. Now what? What are you going to do? What are you going to say? How are you going to follow up? What are you going to send the same letter that everyone else is? And then that same letter on round 2. The new method uses a simple, to-the-point request for investigation with supporting arguments of facts, which are taken directly from the credit report, right? That's why it's called the factual-based dispute method, okay? So there's a huge difference, okay? And all you're doing is attracting problems when you use that other method. So when you use the wrong method, you end up attracting nothing other than problems. What happens when you make complaints with the CFPB or when you have to go to court? CFPB is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. How are you going to explain why you disputed the account or the accounts and why it needs to or needed to be removed when the laws you used in the letters have nothing to do with the accounts? If you can't explain the reason why you're using that letter or reason why you're using that law or reason why you're saying what you're saying, then you don't belong saying it, or however you want to put that, okay? So you have to know exactly what you're saying and why you're saying it to be able to use it. So the other incorrect processes, it's most definitely not recommended to use any of these methods. So credit repair 101, which includes methods 609 and 1681, identity theft if you're not a victim of fraud, online disputes and phone disputes, and any method that leaves room for the bureaus to reject you, all right? Now, again, it's a conflict of interest, so they are going to reject you anyways, but you don't want to give them an additional reason to do so, okay? So here's how the old process works, and we're looking at one account just so that you can see the difference between the old process and the new process using the same information. So regardless of the multitude of inaccuracies on this account, which I'm going to point out in just a moment, the old process includes nothing other than disputing this account as unverified or with other methods, fraudulent, unknown, not mine, or, just ambiguous reasons, right? So the new dispute method, the old dispute method would look like this. Tongue-tied again here. FCRA section 609 stipulates that if you cannot furnish a copy of my signed contract for this unverified account, you need to remove the following account. If you do not, this will be a violation of federal law and I'll have no choice other than to file a suit against you. Remove. And then there is the name of the creditor, the account number, and all it says is unverified account. Now, as you can see, the focus of this letter is on the main body text. And this is how millions of consumers think they are supposed to write the letter. However, that is not true. That is not true. That is not what gets you permanent results. That's not what gets you fast results. That's not what gets you where you need to be, which is your final destination. And I call that place credit land, okay? What this does is puts you in a perpetual cycle that is almost impossible to break out of. And we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that, okay? So this is how the new process is going to look. So as you can see, we have many elements reporting inaccurately to target, right? So this account needs to be removed. This account needs to be removed due to its history and balance, as well as the impact of debt to income. So the factual dispute would look like this. This account is reported inaccurately and needs to be removed from my credit report and changes when the account will naturally fall off. I'd like to see a new report reflecting this change. And if you go back to or go to for the first time the try and learn activity, you're going to understand why I wrote this way. Okay, then we have the creditor name, the account number, and here is the dispute reason, which also follows the formula that I give you that I use on every single account that I dispute. The date last active is reported with 3 different dates: TransUnion, June 1st, 2020, Experian, January 1st, 2019, and Equifax, October 1st, 2018. Delete for inaccuracy. Now, if you are watching this first before you do the try and learn, that's totally fine, but I'm going to explain this right here. So in that very short paragraph, it's not 4 pages, it's not law heavy, it's not any of that stuff. I'm telling them the reason why I'm writing the letter. I'm telling them what I want them to do and what the outcome is. On the actual account itself, I follow, as I mentioned, the same exact formula that I follow for every single dispute reason that I write on every single account that I dispute. I'm telling them what I am disputing. I'm disputing 𝗥𝗲𝗹𝗁𝗲𝗬𝗐𝗐. So it's Georgia something financial or whatever it stands for, right? I am also telling them the element that I'm disputing, which is the date last active, right? The date last active is reported with 3 different dates. So that's 2 things. The date last active is the element I'm disputing and is reported with 3 different dates: TransUnion date, Experian date, Equifax date is the reason. Now, normally I would also put in the word because, okay? The date last active is reported with 3 different dates, and this needs to be deleted because I just wrote it this way just because I did. So delete for inaccuracy. That's the outcome. So we have the action. Normally we would also have the justifier, which is the word because, and then we have the reason. You always, 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 always want to follow that process, okay? That formula. It is not going to steer you wrong. Now, one of the things that you also need to remember is that you are disputing, even though you were presented with multiple reasons to dispute this, you are going to only put 1 reason per account per letter. I can just tell you a quick story. Back in 2015, when I first started doing factual disputes, I had no clue what the hell I was doing. Literally no clue what the hell I was doing. I just knew that using templates didn't work. So what I did was I went and I think it was specifically American Express and Bank of America on a letter I was writing. I put 6 different dispute reasons. So what that meant when it didn't come off, because obviously these things take a while, especially anything banking related. But what happened was when I had to go write a new dispute letter, I had no reasons left other than that the terms were listed incorrectly, that the date opened was listed incorrectly, that even the creditor name was listed incorrectly. And if you've been following my videos, you know that that stuff is way at the bottom of the totem pole for dispute reasons. You do not want to dispute with terms and type and all of that. So if you go to my YouTube channel and go to the recent video, trying to think of the name of it. I can't think of the name of it, but it's one of my very, very, very recent videos. So it's within the last 10 videos. It explains what should be disputed first, basically, and it'll give you a hierarchy on a I think I have it written on my board right here. No, I took it off. Sorry, I was just checking out my board because I did have it written on there. Anyways, it gives you the hierarchy on a pyramid, and at the top it says these are the things that you want to dispute that have the biggest impact. The middle stuff, try to stay away from it. The bottom stuff, don't bother. And this is the amount of time that these normally take: 1 to 3 months, 6 to 9 months, and 9 to 12 months. Now, the title of the video might actually have something to do with like, why does it take so long or something like that. But anyways, if you just go back and check out my last 10 videos, you are going to find it and it's going to make sense and it's going to explain this entire thing. Okay. So anyways, yeah, I I really got stuck. I wasn't able to remove those 2 accounts for that client within 12 months. And, obviously I was unhappy, they were unhappy. And that was the beginning of my factual dispute process. So obviously, you got to start somewhere. But and a lot of people don't realize that I even have some people in my beta coaching, and they're like, well, hey, this isn't working. I've been doing this for 4 months. And it's like, well, dude, first of all, these things take time to remove. You're not going to remove American Express and Capital One and foreclosures and repossessions and all of that from all 3 bureaus in 3 to 4 months. It doesn't work like that. If it did, I'd be charging you fazillions of dollars to teach you this stuff, right? Second thing is that you have to practice. I didn't start getting the results that, that I currently do or whatever for a very long time. And it took me, crap loads of clients and crap loads of hours and crap loads of studying and failures and more failures and more failures before I succeeded. So, this isn't an overnight process, and you definitely have to make sure that you're doing the right thing before you can start seeing results. So let's just move on. All right. So elements to target. With the new process, we target 4 major aspects of this account and its inaccuracies. Number 1, date last active. As I mentioned, this determines when the account will naturally fall off the credit report. 2, date last paid or payment history. 3, balance, 2 different balances. 4, this account has been disputed before, and yet the date last reported did not update to the current date, which means that they did not recently investigate this account. So I'm going to reference another recent video. If you go back maybe 4, it's going to explain to you that the credit bureaus did not do an investigation if they don't change the date last reported. According to the FCRA, they are required to update this date to the current date when they actually, quote unquote, verified the account. If they don't change that, even though they said the account was verified, that means that they did not do an investigation, and that can be used to remove that account. So that is a violation. It is not an inaccuracy, that's a violation. So that can be used in place of one of your dispute reasons, one of your dispute rounds. Okay, so you need to keep this in mind when you are disputing, because it can really, really, really come in handy. So, what do you do if it's not removed? Well, I do have almost 500 videos showing you how to do this, but if it's not removed with the old process, you would continue to send the same dispute letter, right? Using a more threatening and more serious tone. So you would change first attempt to second or third, and you'd highlight the laws that they're violating. And I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. On the new process, you use a new and relevant dispute reason, making sure to use the biggest impact elements first. This ensures no reason is used twice, only facts are used. It's new and relevant information and cannot be tagged as frivolous. Additionally, when Experian comes back and tells you that they are no longer going to investigate that account, or they will not re-investigate that account unless you have something from the court, the creditor, or new and relevant information. Guess what? You have the new and relevant information, and that information is taken directly from the credit report. So new and relevant information means a new dispute reason that you didn't use. Okay. And remember, we are taking everything from the credit report. So I want to add in here, I want to add this part in here. You are not taking anything, no responses from the mail. You are taking everything based off that person or yours, your credit report that you pulled. So let's just say I went and I pulled a new identity IQ report today. That's my information. I'm not waiting for things to come in the mail. The stuff that comes in the mail is yesterday's news. We don't go out and pay $1.50. Well, now we go and we check our news online, right? By clicking one button. But anyways, if you recall, you would go and put your quarters in or whatever, or you buy the newspaper at the, newsstand on the street, and you would read today's news. You don't go and pay your $1.50 for news from 3 days ago. Nobody does that. You want today's news. So anything that comes in the mail is not today's news. You are dealing with stuff that's from a couple of days ago, a week ago, a month ago. Okay. So unless what they're sending says deleted, it doesn't matter what they send in that letter. So all of these companies out there that are making you send in your disputes and not your disputes, but responses that you receive in the mail are doing so to make it look like they're doing something, and because it adds time between them having to do anything and then do it again. So instead of doing your stuff every 30 to 45 days, they're doing it every 30 to 90 days because they need an additional 2 weeks to review your new credit report. They need an additional 1 week to prepare the disputes, and then now they're going to send them out again. When all you have to do is go and on that 31st day outside of pandemic, or 45th day or 46th day, go and pull a new credit report, analyze it for results and new information, and send out your new round. What does that take? A couple hours? I mean, come on now. That is the way that you should be doing it, okay? So that's what you do if the account is not removed. That is how you follow up. That is where you get the information from. That is why you're not waiting for the stuff to come in the mail, okay? So let's go to the next part. So these are your steps to success. You can virtually remove any negative item by disputing the irrefutable facts. So this ensures that permanent deletion and removes as much as can be the possibility of rejection. Again, the bureaus are in this for financial gain, all right? They have a conflict of interest, and so they are going to reject you for any reason they possibly can because they want to keep this information on your credit report, but eventually the bureaus have to do their job, right? So we're looking at the biggest impact elements at the top. Proof no investigation has occurred, logging all violations with proof, maintaining all your reports in case you have to take them to court, the bureaus, creditors, or the collectors, or for when you go to the CFPB after exhausting all your remedies. Now, let me just say something there really quick. So a lot of people make the mistake of but making a complaint with the CFPB, like either immediately or after round 1 or after round 2. You need to understand that they are there at the end of the road. They are not there for when you're getting frustrated with the bureaus. Remember, they are a complaints department. You're complaining either about your credit report or your clients that you or they did not pay on time, and because this account is reported as such, you don't want to pay and you want it removed because of some freaking law that has nothing to do with what the heck you're saying, right? So that's the things that you need to keep at the forefront of your mind. You're complaining about money that was owed at one point that you didn't pay or that they didn't pay. They're not going to, jump all over you to be like, oh, sure, yeah, let's help you. Like, let's see what, how can we help you so that you scam creditors and all that kind of stuff. No, they are only going to take you seriously when you go and do everything that you are required to do, and you sent in the right disputes, and you didn't use templates, and you waited the specific time, and you did what you were supposed to do. All right, if that meant sending in 12 rounds or 10 rounds before you hit the end of the road, then so be it. I don't make CFPB complaints prior to 9 months. I don't, because 9 times out of 10, I'm going to be able to get that account off. And if I can't, I'm going to prove that I disputed, all the negative items every single round, all 3 bureaus every single round. I didn't use templates. I knew exactly what I was talking about, that, the bureaus violated. They didn't respond. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. And here is all the proof. And furthermore, if you are going to a company to have your credit fixed, you are going to need copies of your disputes to be able to go to the CFPB. You can't just say something happened. You actually have to be able to prove that these things occurred. So anywho, that is my spiel about this CFPB. So don't jump on it and just send in your disputes just because you feel like it, or your complaints. You actually need to do the work. You really, really, really need to do that work first before you ever think of doing complaints with the CFPB. All right. So if nothing changes, all right, if nothing changes, this is what you're going to do. This is a frustrating process, but it's extremely disturbing when you are targeting irrefutable facts on the credit report. And I definitely have to agree with that. So what do you do when nothing changes on the report and or the bureaus aren't responding? Number 1, you're going to utilize the biggest impact. Target the facts and use one reason per account per letter. 2, prove that they are not investigating by targeting the date last reported, as we mentioned, right? We already went over that. This can be a dispute reason in itself. Number 3, you do not wait for responses to come in the mail. Doing so will increase the total dispute duration, and we already went over this, would be like waiting to read yesterday's news instead of today's, your credit report. So if you're including all dispute requirements, which you're going to learn about in the try and learn activity, then the responses are irrelevant unless they say deleted or reinserted, okay? And if you want to know how to deal with reinserted accounts, I actually have a whole series on it. So let me just make a note. Reinsertion series. And this is all going to go into the member vault. Okay, I think we are... Yep. Okay, we have 2 more slides, and then I'm going to prepare the rest of this for you. So... yeah, 44 minutes even. All right, so did you know this about templates? When your letter is received at the credit bureaus, it is scanned into a computer to be read. If it can be read, the computer will attempt to match it against millions of other letters in the database for full or partial matches. If there is a match, the response will more than likely be verified, and that is the end of the investigation. So my big idea here is that the only way to guarantee yourself the chance to get permanent results is to utilize only the information the furnisher is giving you. They are literally handing you everything that you need. Why wouldn't you use it? Because they can't argue that it's on the report, that they're the ones reporting it, right? It is evident right there. If you're an attorney, you're going to use the evidence that you have in front of you. You're not going to just come up with stuff, right? Well, I think it was like, what, 4 o'clock? Honey, was it 4 o'clock that he robbed that bank? Yeah, oh, it was 4 o'clock. No, it's, well, according to the, the camera footage that, Your Honor, you have a copy of that footage over there? Yes. Okay. According to this, camera footage that we have, and it was approximately, 4:10 p.m. on blah, blah, blah. This person, well, they actually used the dates and, the exact places and addresses and whatever it is that they are dealing with. They use all of the actual stuff. They don't just come up with things. Like if you're a detective and you're going to investigate stuff, you're actually going to use facts. Okay. So you are doing the same thing. You have to realize that these things are actual laws and there's actual violations, but the only way to make them do anything about it is to hold them accountable. The only way that, anything changes is by holding people accountable. And I have like 50,000 examples of that. Police brutality, just I can go on about 12 hours about that one. But, if you don't do anything about it, nothing's going to change, right? And the key to finding the reason, it does not belong on the credit report. All has to do with the evidence that you have, okay? And that evidence comes directly from the credit report. So if someone is literally handing you that key, why wouldn't you use it? You have to use it. You have everything that you need. All right. That is the end of workshop part 1. Right. Well, that was eventful. I will see you soon. I'll see you Sunday night, and let's get this party started. Bye. You're probably freaking out about that huge credit score drop just because of a 90 or 120 day late payment on your student loan. Before you continue freaking out for the rest of the day, I want you to just stop, watch this video as well as the one that I posted yesterday about this, as well as all my other student loan videos, because I'm going to help you to remove them, or I could do it for you, but we'll talk about that later. After you watch this video, because I explain why that 90 day late payment is on there and how to handle it, a lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about when I say okay 90, and what you should do if it's not even a late payment anymore. It's actually a collection. What I'm talking about when I say okay 90, I'm literally referring to the payment history where it shows okay 90 on time, 90 days late. How can you be 90 days late when you weren't 30 or 60? Because if that were correct, then this first one should actually say 30, the second one should say 60, and the third one should say 90, and then obviously followed by 120, 150, 180, etc. When you look at that payment history, this is what it's supposed to look like. But if those are not on there and all you're seeing is on time 90 days late, we have a huge problem, because your payment history shouldn't be reported like that. Student loans are reported as 90 days late as the first late payment because they report in 90-day cycles. I talk more about that in that video, so make sure that you go watch it. We can dispute this. Now, there's only been like 2 times in all of my fazillion years, 15 years of doing this, where the Bureau's actually corrected those on-time payments to be the true late payments. Otherwise, that 90-day late payment gets removed and updated on time, meaning that you are not going to have late payments. And you can gain those 180, 150 points back that you dropped just because of this. Now, we're going to jump into a couple other things, but let's touch on this real quick. If it's a collection, such as Department of Education collection, this is disputed totally differently. We went over that in the previous video as well. You're treating that as a charge-off, disputing it using the hierarchy, such as date last paid, the notice to dispute, the payment history, etc. That account is already closed. It is already reported as a loss, and now they're trying to collect it from you. It's different. And we'll create another video about that. More people are dealing with this issue right now, so that's why we are touching on this. The way that you're going to actually write your dispute is going to look something like this. You're going to have your personal info at the top, bureau name and address, date, etc. There's a structure for this. So you need to let them know the reason that you're sending the letter, what you want them to do, and optionally ask for a new credit report because they're not going to send it to you. That's stuff they have to print and it costs more in postage. You can say something like, and this is just whatever, but I got into a car accident and need to replace my vehicle. But unfortunately, when I pulled my credit report, I noticed inaccurate information that will keep me from getting the best rate. I wrote this because it's real. It's personal. It doesn't say I'm a credit repair company. I would appreciate if you would investigate this and correct it because I really need to get a working car. Please send me a new credit report showing or reflecting these changes. And then we have our accounts. Navient, account number, blah, blah, blah. The late payment history shows a 90-day late payment, but no 30 or 60-day late payment that exists prior to that. Please remove this inaccurate late payment of 90 days on 8/2018 for inaccuracy. And this is an actual not only account number, but this is an actual dispute reason from a letter that I wrote from a client who got results using this letter that I wrote for them based off the information on their credit report. So I'm showing this because it works. This is a process, but it works. The next one is this account lists me as late from 9/2018 to 12/2018, but both this bureau and that bureau have it listed differently. So you want to go into your payment history on each account, and I do recommend that you use My Free Score Now. It gives you all the information that you need. You can find the link in the description. Stop reporting this account on my credit report for inaccuracy. The second account we are deleting. The first account we are updating. Do you see the difference? Thank you for your attention. You want to include your ID. This is old when I made this, so you don't need a social security card, and proof of address. And to protect yourself, the Bureau started a new stall tactic, which was basically to say, hey, we don't think it was you. We think that you're working with a third party, an unauthorized party, and for us to protect you, we are not going to process your dispute. It's just a stall tactic, but people fall for it. Print your letter and send it from your home area, post office where you live, but your home area so that the postmark is going to have a zip code that matches your region, okay? Do not sign and do not notarize. This is what your letter should look like. Your opening paragraph or text, you want to include the reason why you're sending the letter, like I said, and that's all that goes into this. If it's relevant, you can include your previous attempts. Now, I'm not sure how I verified this last month, but blah, 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 as well as why you think this information is still inaccurate. The key to removing your accounts has nothing to do with the text body and everything to do with the dispute reasons and the facts from the credit report. Now, with the accounts, this follows the 𝗥𝗲𝗋 formula, and you can see really any of my other videos to understand what this is. I go literally step by step into the full breakdown. It is action, delete, remove, update, or correct what you're disputing, such as the element like date less active, date less paid, notice of dispute, etc. The reason why you're disputing it. 3 different dates on each bureau, missing 30 and 60-day late payment prior to 90. The justifier is just the word because, the outcome, optional, and update this account to paid as agreed, never late. When you put it all together, you get the same dispute reason that I would. Delete this account because the date last active shows 3 different dates on each bureau. Correct the late payments on this account because I was not 90 days late on 2018, and update to paid, never late for inaccuracy. And then You do not sign this. Your signature can end up on contracts you didn't sign. Thank them for their attention to this urgent matter. You can put it however you want. You also want to ask for a updated credit report so that they can send you one in the mail. Lastly, add your first and last name. So it's very simple. There's nothing difficult to understanding how to write a dispute letter for the student loan. Now we're going to talk about whether you should dispute to update, meaning have it report as paid on time, or dispute to delete the whole account. The account is paid and is older than your other accounts. You're going to leave this account. You don't change the scorecards, and you also don't want to change the total length of credit history as well as your average length. So leave the account and try to clean it up. Dispute the oldest late payment that you can see in an attempt to get them to remove the late payment history for failure to legally verify. Now, the account is unpaid and the oldest on the credit file. So because the account was unpaid, normally you would remove it. However, because it's the oldest account on the credit file, you will need to decide if removing it will jeopardize the credit score. If you decide to dispute it for removal, my recommendation would be to go after the late payment history. You can do this by attacking first day of delinquency, the 90-day late payments, if there are no 30 or 60 days prior charge-off reasons such as date less active, date less paid. Take out the date less active. We don't use date less active anymore because the credit bureaus don't treat it as they're supposed to. If you decide to leave the account and dispute the late payment history to clean it up, dispute the late payment history as inaccurate or inconsistent between the three bureaus. The account shows 90-day late payments without 30 or 60-day lates and less than 6 or 7 sets of consecutive late payments, and there are positive payments after the late. So the account is not currently late. You can dispute this for update or correction. To dispute the 90-day late as inaccurate, there should be 30 and 60-day lates prior to 90-day lates. For consecutive lates, choose one of the lates. You can dispute this for update or correction. You can dispute this for correction. This video is inside this course. I will create another video where we watch it together. To dispute the 90-day lates as inaccurate, because there should be 30 and 60-day lates prior to 90-day late payments. Choose one of the lates, preferably the oldest, and ask for the late payment history to be removed for inaccuracy. You may choose to go after each late payment separately to increase the chance of correction. If the account ends in late payment, there is no on-time payments after the late, and or the account has been sent to collections, sold, or transferred due to an unpaid balance, you are only going to delete this. There's no way to fix this. You need to remove it. There's no way to update an account that ends in late payments, because the status 120 days late, 90 days late, charged off, transferred or sold, etc. will not change regardless of the late payment history. You can do this in one of the following ways. Dispute the late payments, but ask for deletion for inaccuracy instead of correction or an update. You're going to treat this as a charge off and go after the date last paid, notice of dispute, etc. All right, so we have 3 more. The account is unpaid and is not older than the other accounts and reports 6+ late payments, 90 to 120 days late. It's more likely that the best option to delete this account, because the late payment history on the account will not change and more than likely will not result in a credit score decrease by removing it. The account is paid and is not older than the other accounts and reports 6+ late payments, 90 through 180 days late, or the status is harmful. Your only option is to remove it, and it's more than likely not going to cause a decrease in your credit score. The account is charged off, sold, or transferred due to an unpaid balance, currently late without plan to repay, etc. Delete it. Go after the lates as described earlier, charge-off reasons, date less paid, notice of dispute, payment history. There's no way to correct this. And this is the last one. The account reports 30 to 60-day late payments. These can be corrected by forcing them to verify the lates, because they're not going to do it. You can do this by first saying that you were not late, and for the correction of the inaccurate lates, because you were not late on those dates. So this works because of what we went over before. The only way to legally verify the payments is for the bank to furnish their running bank statement. They are not going to provide it. If it does not work, you can challenge the failure to investigate, because they would otherwise furnish that documentation. It is hearsay. You can dispute the oldest lates to make it harder for them to verify. Go after the notice of dispute. If they fail to mark the account as disputed within 30 days, check if all 3 bureaus report the same information. I get it. Your brain is probably going all over the place. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to write my letter? Is this even going to come off? How many disputes am I going to have to send out? And the answer to this is you're not going to dispute it forever, but it is difficult if you don't know what you're doing. Text me for access. It's $39. We've gone over the whole thing. Just watch the previous video. You can see if I can do it for you by going to my740.com. If I can help you, I will. If I can't, I'll give you recommendations. Now, outside of all that, smash that like. Seriously, there's nobody else that's telling you how to do this the right way. A lot of people steal content from me. Smash that like, subscribe if you haven't. See you in the next video on student loans and how we can get this off for you. You came here because you want to remove your negative items from your credit report and increase credit scores, or that of your clients. As you can see in my playlist here, hundreds of deletions and score increases right on YouTube. That is exactly what I do. And we're starting with something simple. Okay, so how to write the perfect dispute letter. Complete these 3 things. We have the paragraph, the dispute reason, and a closing. If you travel back to 2017 and 2015, I have videos and even a couple of paid webinars that explain that this is Sesame Street simple. Nothing is complicated. So we can write a dispute letter by answering a few questions. Why are you writing to the credit bureaus? What do you want them to do? Did you dispute before and receive a response? If not, it's recommended to complete a sentence relating to their failure to respond within 30 days. You always need to ask for a new credit report showing changes. I found a few inaccuracies on the following accounts, and these need to be removed. Please send me a new credit report reflecting these changes. If I had disputed before and they had not responded, or there was a specific violation, I could put it here before it says, please send me a new credit report reflecting these changes. I received my credit report online with Identity IQ and noticed fraudulent reporting and inaccuracies that require your attention and deletion. I did send a dispute letter last month and no response was received within the 30-day required timing. Please remove the following accounts and send me a new credit report. I had previously disputed and did not receive a response and asked for a new credit report. So many people get this confused that, you have to include all these laws. Not with this. You can say, remove these inaccuracies and list your accounts. It's as simple as that. We put our dispute reasons, our one-line closing, and that's it. Now that you know that way to write the initial paragraph, let's talk about the thing that removes the accounts, and that's the dispute reason. The 𝗥𝗲𝗹 formula allows a repeatable way, no matter what you're disputing, collections, charge-offs, repos, foreclosures, bankruptcy judgments, tax liens, to take the information from your credit report and generate an actual dispute reason. Okay, I can literally look at any part of this credit report and create a dispute reason with this formula. So it includes action, like delete or correct. Justifier is the word because. Element is the thing you're disputing for removing late payments. Here I have the definitions. We have a word bank as well. Instead of delete, we can say remove, correct, update. Use inaccuracy, violation, false reporting, fraudulent reporting. Instead of account, say charge-off, inquiry, collection, bankruptcy, late payment. Example, delete this charge-off for a violation because the monthly payment reports on a closed account in the amount of $15. Why? Because a closed account should not have a monthly payment. Remove the late payments because Experian reports January 2020 as 30 days late. Equifax reports paid on time, and TransUnion reports no payment history. When you're looking at the dispute letter structure, it's going to look like this. Your name, date of birth, social, address, today's date, bureau name and address, your why paragraph, your disputed accounts and reasons, your one-line closing, and your name. You have the link to this. You can actually use this to write out your own version, your first paragraph, your dispute reasons, letter closing, and that's it. Save it. Type in your email and sign up to receive more. It's straightforward. Once you have the formula, you can take all of the information and plug it into that formula, and it's going to tell you the actual answer, right? So if we know that, I'm not even going to give you a math equation, but you can take, the numbers, plug it into your math equation, because your formula tells you the way to solve it. Now you can use it repeatedly for any numbers. The samurai method is what I showed you. You can check this out yourself, and it goes more into the perfect dispute reason. You will want to use Smart Credit or Identity IQ. The samurai method is the action, justifier, element, reason, outcome. So part 1 goes more into the reasoning as to why we're using this. Part 2 explains because. Part 3 gives a list of things that you can dispute, like date last paid, notice of dispute, first day of delinquency, reported, date last active, payment history, balance past due, high balance, open date, status, type, and terms. Each of these depends on the type of inaccuracy and whether there's a violation. We can't simply say the account is accurate. nor can we only state a specific part of the account is inaccurate. We must state the account is inaccurate or in violation and the part of the account in dispute and the facts that support this to demand as evident in the credit report. You can see this with any dispute reason I write. Now, part 4, we're just supporting it with facts. You have to include every single part. If we're looking at late payments, date last paid, or notice of dispute, we need a reason why a charge-off needs to be removed. Where do we get this information from? We get it from the credit report. This one on the screen is a positive account, and I wouldn't have deleted that. But if we found a negative account like this one, we can see that these two bureaus never updated this account, even though it was disputed. So where are we getting this information from? We're getting it from the credit report. If you look at monthly payment, this account is closed, paid, right? It still shows $183 in the monthly payment. As you can see, there's sometimes that you're going to use, date last paid, sometimes that you're going to use, the payment history, because there's nothing other than 120 days late. And then sometimes we're really going to have to get creative, right? But everything you need is on the credit report. Don't randomly choose something to dispute. If you do that, you end up with a dispute reason that makes no sense. Let's jump past this. You already know the structure, and we have some dispute reason examples. Understand the samurai method, understand the 𝗥𝗲𝗹 method, how to create that formula to remove negative items. Looking at how to write a dispute reason. The completed example is delete this account for inaccuracy because the date last active reports 1/21 on Experian, 2/22 on Equifax, 3/2019 on TransUnion. How did we create that? Multiple things could be disputed. We have our action, delete, correct, remove, update. We have our item type, account, inquiry, public record, personal information. We have our dispute type, inaccuracy, violation, missing information. We have our justifier because. Then the thing we are disputing, date last active, date last paid, date last reported, notice of dispute, first stage delinquency, monthly payment, payment history, high balance, past due, open date, type, terms, balance, etc. Use shows, reports, lists, reflects, whatever word you want to, and then all you're doing is plugging in the facts. That is it. Okay. So one thing that you want to do is you want to analyze your report, find inaccuracies on each account, and put all inaccuracies through the hierarchy. The inverted dispute reason pyramid is the hierarchy. We have things that are more important than the other, and this is one of the most important things you're going to see or use, and I need you to pay attention. Our biggest ammo is rounds 1 through 5. We have date last paid, notice of dispute, charge-offs, monthly payments, collections. For charge-offs, monthly payments on a charge-off, collections, lates, and past dues, status, update, date reported. If you disputed something and the bureaus did not update this date last reported, you're going to see that on Identity IQ where it says, I believe last reported right here, 3/2020 and 3/2020. It means they did not investigate. Your backup rounds are balance. I would put payment history in the biggest ammo depending on what you are disputing. High balance, past due, method of verification, transferred, sold, and on collections, a limit. Last resort stuff, open date, type, terms, comments, notice of dispute, status detail, pay account, limit, and account number. Those things are not going to remove your negatives. The things that are going to remove your negatives are at the top. Put your stuff through the hierarchy. Take that number one inaccuracy or violation and list the reason why it is inaccurate or in violation. Fill out the facts section of this chart. Fill out the rest of the chart left to right, write out the dispute reason, and add it to your dispute letter. That is how we create this dispute reason, by extracting the facts. I found the things that didn't belong. I'm disputing the date last active, although now I would actually dispute the date last paid instead of the date last active. And then I'm telling them I want them to delete this account for inaccuracy. Okay. So that is as simple as it gets. So now let's go deeper. When disputing, locate all derogatory accounts, locate all the inaccuracies for each account, create a dispute reason for the number one inaccuracy at the top of the hierarchy, and then compose your dispute letter. Include the number one reason for each account. Include the reason why you're writing the letter, just as I showed you. Send out your dispute. Remove instances of pursuant to, my intention, litigation, CC attorney, and anything that makes it look like you are a credit repair company or that you're not an authentic consumer requiring assistance. There's a specific form you need notarized and sent. So this is a notarized identity verification form. You need to go to either do this online, and I can give you a link if you need it, but you need to go and get this notarized for free at your local bank or credit union or online for $25. You're going to need your ID, and they are going to prove that this is you, and it's going to be notarized. You're going to send this with every single letter that you send, okay? And this all has to do with the stall tactics, all right? And I mentioned that because of the part where I said that you need to make sure that they know you're an authentic consumer requiring assistance. If the credit bureaus think that it is a credit repair company disputing, they will literally ignore you, okay? So your end letter should look like this: your personal information, the date, the bureau you're disputing, your one line or couple sentences for your why paragraph, and then for the actual accounts, you have the creditor name, account number, and your full dispute reason. We're going to do this for every account. And then a one-line closing, like, thank you for your expedited attention. Thank you for your help. Send me a new credit report. Do not sign your letter. I've seen where a signature from a letter ends up on a contract that someone did not sign. You'll need to include your ID and proof of address. You used to also send social security card or W-2, but I mean, if you really want to limit how much information that they have, then it does need to be ID and proof of address. What is proof of address? Utility bill, pay stub, bank statement, things like that. Okay, let's move on. Disputes, you know, are structured, right? If you look right here at this structure on the left, you're going to see just the skeleton, right? Name, address, date of birth, blah, blah, blah. If I put in actual information, you would see my name, address, date of birth, social, the date, the bureau. These accounts are inaccurate, blah, blah. My accounts, thank you, my name. It has a simple structure. I call it lo-fi disputes. Wow. This is the exact structure I use for every letter unless I'm using Metro 2. Charge-offs are specific in the way we dispute them. All right, let me move over a little. So you don't overthink this. Put your dispute letter together and include all required items. Make sure that if you have violations, you can prove your violations. Take a screenshot of your account on your credit report and include it as an exhibit. Reference that exhibit. Look at the entire account, different balances or dates between all three bureaus. Start there. Look at the payment history. Charge off for more than 1 month or late payments after the account was closed. Start there. Look at the date last active and date last paid. Different dates by years. Start there. Was it disputed before? Check the comment section for the notice. If missing, start there. If you dispute, they're required to put that notice of dispute within 30 days. Notice of dispute was not entered within 30 days of receipt. Delete for violation of Section 623. Now, guaranteed deletion debt validation dispute method in detail. Date last reported. If you disputed and they did not update that date, they did not do an investigation, even though they said it was verified. We have examples of date last paid being re-aged. You could see in this one where it says date last paid. You'll notice that this one, date last paid, shows 11/20 and 9/16. That means that TransUnion and Experian illegally re-aged the date last paid. Your next steps are obvious. Create your dispute letter, back it up with the facts, and I promise you, you are going to get results doing it this way. So many people get stuck on, what do I do now that I did round one? You're going to use this tactic to follow up on any round that you send out. It's always going to be the same. This was a question that was posed to me in one of my comments. So the question is, what can I do if round one was a factual dispute with inaccuracies and the accounts came back as verified or updated? For round two, do we state the same thing again? The answer is no. You should never send the same thing. Round one, begin with the blatant inaccuracies. For charge-offs, go after date last paid. If you're trying to remove late payments, I was not late on date. Why? Because they need to prove you were actually late. The only way they can do that is going to be to prove with bank statements that you did not pay on time, and they're never going to provide that information. Okay. Late for deletion. I was not late on date, and you do the same thing. If you're disputing third-party collections, I'm going to give you the way to remove them, but with the bureaus, this is unknown. You're putting that burden of proof on them. For collections that are debt buyer collections, check for payment history and past due. For round 2, find a new dispute reason and go down the hierarchy. Here we are in Airtable. We have collections, charge-offs, late payments, bankruptcy, judgments, tax liens, identity theft, and inquiries. For collections, we start with the account is unknown. Remove this unknown collection. How did you verify this account, and where is the documentation that would prove this? Method of collection verification. What is the method used to verify this account? Furnish the signed contract or remove this account. The collector did not notify. Your reason would be the collector ignored my dispute. I did not send anything to verify. By not responding, agreed this is an unverifiable account. That's called estoppel by silence. And then we're not going to actually use section 609 because that actually has to do with pulling your credit report. Charge off. Date last active, start with date last paid. 3 different dates under date of last activity, remove immediately and include dates. How is this account accurate when the date of last payment shows 3 different dates? Include dates. Method of verification. Proof of validation. Send proof of validation or remove for failure to perform a proper investigation. Stipulate date last reported shows they never investigated. Late payments after close date. Violation for continued reporting of late payments after charge off. You're in violation by continuing to report this unverified and inaccurate account. Include the dates. Date of status. Shows you didn't investigate this account, remove immediately, and send proof you did an investigation. How is there a monthly payment reported on a closed account? And the balance at the bottom of the hierarchy with this one, you could say wrong balance. Same with past due. Let's go and get rid of these. Now let's go over to late payments. I was never late or paid on time. You didn't verify this late payment, remove it from my credit report. How did you verify this late payment? Send me the bank records and transaction documentation. You're required to have this documentation to determine accuracy. If you have been following my videos, you know they do not have any of this documentation, nor do they look at it. Their job is to just repeat what the creditor says. Send me proof that you did a proper independent investigation. What was the method of verification? Send proof of validation. There's a ton of other things that we can go after, but these are just to joggle your thought process. Okay, so for bankruptcy, invalid court name, invalid filing date. I have a couple of credit reports I want to show you. Let me pull this up and show you what you should be looking for on a bankruptcy to get it removed. All right, let's go back to Airtable. Invalid filing date. Include actual information from bankruptcy records. What was the method of verification when the courts do not provide documentation or verify? Furnish proof of validation. Send me a copy of the petition immediately. Due to the fact that you failed to verify, correct, or remove this account per FCRA requirements, remove this immediately. And you have proof they didn't validate because it's on your credit report. Section 603. I did not provide my permission for this account to report on my credit file pursuant to Section 603. You need to remove this immediately. Let's go over to tax lien. Filing date, court name, documentation. They're not going to have it. Wrong plaintiff and wrong balance. Failure to provide documentation. Proof of judgment investigation. Tax liens and judgments are easy to remove. Identity theft. The account is not mine. Send proof of ownership. You did not furnish documentation to prove that this actually belongs to me. Dispute with the creditors using 623 and make complaints with the CFPB, AG, BBB, FTC. Proof of investigation for identity theft. Where's the proof? Proof of verification. Proof of validation. The account is in violation and must be removed. Remember, back everything with the facts. Don't arbitrarily choose a dispute reason. For inquiries, remove because it's unknown. If you don't have proof of signature, this account must be removed. Verify the validity of this inquiry and dispute with the creditor. I disputed with the creditor and they didn't validate this inquiry. Remove it immediately. You stated that this was verified, so I need to see validation of this. Continuing to report this inquiry is in violation of my rights. Remove it immediately. And then we have complaints, and you can use section 604. I created this a couple of years ago, and it is still valid now. When we get to the end of this, I am going to show you a very simple way of disputing, but let's keep moving. For round 2, find different things. If we started with date less paid, go to date less active. If you started with first day of delinquency, go to the second, go to the third. Find out whether the notice of dispute was entered. Lates for correction, ask for the supporting documentation. And the next late payment, go after that one. Lates for deletion, first day of delinquency. Creditor did not validate or respond and proof of ownership. For debt buyer collections, go after the date last paid, not active. Now we're on notice of dispute. Let's go back. Late for correction, ask for the copy of the bank statement. For deletion, go after notice of dispute. You have 17 account elements to dispute. Remember the hierarchy: monthly payment, date less active, balance, date less paid, blah, blah, blah. Remember that when the Bureau says something is verified, it's simply an opportunity to write a new letter and prove them wrong to get your deletion. The only way you lose is to give up and stop disputing. This is a game of inches. You gotta play the game. The best revenge is success. Dispute the right way, stay consistent and persistent, and you will see results. Scores will increase and lenders can't charge higher interest, all right? Let's go over when credit bureaus say something is verified as accurate or they don't respond. What to do when bureaus don't respond. Sometimes this means you did something wrong, but we need to find out the reason. Everything is in the report. I told you that. Was the notice of dispute entered? If it was not, by the 30th day after they received your dispute, send a new dispute requesting deletion pursuant to section 623. If it did, the bureaus performed an investigation. If not, request deletion for failure to investigate. Do you see any inaccurate info? Check every disputed account for inaccuracies: the date last active, the date last paid, the date last reported, the notice of dispute, activity after the account was closed, date of first delinquency, payment history, monthly payment. Craft a dispute letter using the highest impact dispute reason and include facts from the credit report. Did anything change on that account? Check every disputed account for changed information and craft a new dispute based on the new info using a Top Gun dispute reason like date last paid. Now, if experience says we're not going to reinvestigate unless you provide additional documentation, new and relevant information is a new dispute reason. If nothing changed, do not redispute the same dispute reason. It will come back as frivolous. Ask for proof of investigation. If you're sending disputes certified but not receiving responses, demand proof of investigation. If you did not send disputes certified originally, send this round certified and ask for proof. Start making noise about the fact that no one is responding to you. And always remember, they are the ones that remove stuff, not the bureaus. Ask for documentation proving the data furnisher performed their responsibilities to begin with pursuant to section 623. If they had investigated, so send a letter to the credit bureaus demanding deletion because you did not hear back. And if they had investigated and they did report accurately, they'd have no problem responding. Why should your rights be violated just because they don't want to do their job? If they are still not responding, submit a CFPB complaint against the bureaus, creditors, and the collectors. Include all your letter copies, credit reports, and a certified mail tracking and return receipt. Send a copy to all relevant parties and include a letter that demands deletion for violation and FCRA noncompliance of inaccurate data reported on the consumer report. Make complaints, BBB, FTC, bank complaints, all of that. Start your violation log. You can use something as simple as a Word doc. Let me see if I have one for you already. I did download it. It is in my downloads. Keep record of everything. If they responded, if they didn't, dates you sent it, when they sent back that return receipt signed, when you pulled your credit report, dates, you checked for the notice of dispute. This is filled out by you and it needs to go with your CFPB complaints and prove that they didn't do this. Everything I have, my credit reports, my disputes, these responses, it all backs up everything that I am saying, and you need to have them delete this because they're violating my rights. Let's go to the next one. When the credit bureaus say it's verified as accurate, what do? What could you have done differently? Write some reasons you think your dispute round did not work and what you could have done differently. A few reasons why it was verified. You used a template instead of writing your own. The bureaus use a system checking for text, phrasing, partial matches to other letters. If so, it's verified without investigation or tagged as frivolous. You didn't use the facts. Factual disputes take information the bureaus, the creditors, and collectors report against them. Each dispute letter includes facts directly from the credit report. It doesn't come from anywhere else. You committed credit repair suicide. This happens when you either file false identity theft or say it's not mine when it actually is. Each of these is a strategy against the credit bureaus when something is verified. Look for the notice of dispute. It is a required statement normally found in the comment section pursuant to Section 623. This statement is required within 30 days of the first receipt of your letter. If it's not present, it's a violation. Check for the date last reported to be updated. When the bureau is verified, if it still reports the same, no investigation took place. Find the next best dispute reason based on the facts. Only dispute something truly inaccurate, inconsistent, or in violation. And if you were ignored, you may redispute without coming back as frivolous. A dispute can only be frivolous, a factual one, if the data furnisher performed their duties, like I had mentioned correctly under Section 623. Challenge this. If they had done an investigation, why didn't you receive a response? Why did your disputes come back as verified? What was the main reason for your dispute? Were there changes between Report 1 and Report 2? This is important because it can show why it was verified. Was the dispute entered within 30 days? Did the date last reported change? Now, here's an example of a round 2 letter. Answer the most important questions from the checklist. An example, I disputed these accounts on date, and the notice of dispute was required to be entered by date plus 30, and it is still missing. This is a violation of Section 623 and requires deletion. I also see that the date last reported and the date last active now reflect the same dates, which means you re-aged account 1 and account 2. The dates last reported should reflect when you verified the account. The date last active should not have changed because no payment was made. Delete for violation. Reinvestigate the following accounts. Account number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Delete for violation. The account was illegally re-aged from original date last paid. Not date last active, date last paid. Account number 2, same reason. Account number 3, delete for violation of FCRA 623, failure to enter the required notice of dispute. Send me a new report reflecting these changes, your name. We included the facts, our why paragraph, our accounts. We even included our laws. Now, what to do when a deleted credit item is reinserted. Get a copy of this letter by going to resources on the right and clicking on reinserted account. What happens is you get an account removed, then it comes back on your credit report. Your work is not done. Monitor your credit reports in case the company reinserts a negative item. When you challenge derogatory, unsubstantiated, inaccurate items, the creditors and or credit bureau had 30 days to complete their investigation pursuant to your dispute. If the item cannot be verified within 30 days, they remove it. However, if the item is verified on day 31 or any day afterwards, the creditor can re-report and the credit bureau can reinsert the item on your credit reports. If a previously removed item is reinserted, FCRA requires the credit bureaus to notify you no later than 5 business days after the date of reinsertion. This is a requirement, is rarely followed. The creditor who reinserts an item must certify the information is correct. And this comes from FCRA 611A5B2. Notice to consumer: if any information that has been deleted from a consumer's file pursuant to subparagraph A is reinserted in the file, the consumer reporting agencies shall notify the consumer of the reinsertion in writing not later than 5 business days after the reinsertion, or if authorized by the consumer for that purpose, by any other means such as email or through your attorney. Opt out of Credit Karma, Experian.com, Equifax.com. If you find a previously deleted item reinserted without notification, you can send the following letter. See resources. Method of verification: you were taught this is the proper letter. This is not the proper letter. The letter that you want to send is this one. So let's look at the difference. This one says, on date, I requested you send me the name and address of the furnisher of information who helped verify the public record filed was accurate. You have not provided the contact information required. Mine says, I sent a dispute letter last month requesting that you remove the following inaccurate accounts or that you update the inaccurate information, whichever is relevant, and it was ignored. I would like to know what your method of verification was, as well as the documentation that you have to prove you performed an independent investigation. Where's the proof? Why can't you send it? I'm redisputing these accounts and including my previous dispute letter. Please send me a new credit report. Thank you. Your name. This is the guaranteed deletion debt validation dispute method. So let me open these. We're going to start with this one, and I will close it when done. I don't want to have too many windows open. I'm actually going to close this one, and I'm going to close this one. All right. The guaranteed deletion debt validation dispute method. This is part 1, and you can click on part 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on this side. And when you get to part 6, you will find additional resources such as the actual dispute letters that go with this method. All right. This is, basically, as it says, guaranteed deletion debt validation dispute method. This is what I use to remove all third-party accounts. We are going to go step by step through this because it is that important. There are 2 specific laws on your side. They're hidden in hundreds of pages of legal mumbo jumbo in 2 documents called the FCRA and the FDCPA. So let's go down to the actual laws. Responsibilities of furnishers of information to consumer reporting agencies. Duty to provide notice of dispute. If the completeness or accuracy of any information furnished by any person to any consumer reporting agency is disputed by a consumer, the person may not furnish information to any consumer reporting agency without notice. Information is disputed by the consumer. FDCPA Section 807(8). False or misleading representations, communicating or threatening to communicate credit information known or should be known to be false, including failure to communicate the disputed debt. My advice is not to read the FCRA, FDCPA unless you want to be bored out of your mind for several hours. If you do, you'll notice other laws that could potentially help you. These are the only 2 I use for collectors, and they work great. So let's go to part 2. So part 2. Let's start with FDCPA 807(8). This law deals with banks, credit card companies, and collection agencies. They're required to contact the credit bureaus and add a sentence to your credit report within 30 days that says that you disputed the negative item. The sentence would appear like consumer disputed validity of this item, consumer disputes. They almost never add the sentence. Over 90% of the time, they will not do it, and certainly not in time. Sometimes they do it in 60 days, sometimes 45, sometimes 31, but that's too bad for them because by law, it must be 30 days. We're going to prove they didn't do it within 30 days, and they will be liable for damages up to $1,000 per occurrence. You're allowed to dispute anything on your credit report. It doesn't matter if it's true and accurate. The responsibility is on the creditor to maintain accurate records and follow the law within the required timeframes. We're going to be asking some hard questions and requesting specific information such as copies of your cash check showing you paid late. Sometimes we will require the creditor provide a copy of the contract you physically signed. For a contract to be legal, it needs to be signed by 2 parties. You go to the bank, fill out an application, and then you fill out the contract. You sign it, but they never sign it. Why? Because they are just the company exchanging information. The place that holds it is the Federal Reserve. They hold the original contracts. It's never going to be with the data furnisher, and it's never going to have a wet signature for both parties, and therefore it's never a legal contract. Every contract you sign for credit is an illegal document. They're not going to have a copy of the contract you signed because that note sits with the Federal Reserve. They're never going to have it signed, and it's never going to show agreeing to their payment terms when the account was opened. No company has these records readily available, and they're never going to be able to get it from the Federal Reserve, especially within 30 days. Many credit card agreements were digitally signed through a website. It would be difficult for them to contact their IT department and produce evidence that you digitally signed something. Let's jump to part 3 while we wait for this to come up. This is FCRA AC 623 AC. This law requires the credit bureau to report that you disputed something on your credit report. After you contact them, they need to add the disputed sentence to your credit report. If a CRA notifies a furnisher that a consumer disputes the completeness or accuracy of information provided by the furnisher has a duty to follow certain procedures, and they must conduct an investigation. And you're going to want to go check out 623 B1A and B1B, report the results to the bureaus. If it establishes that something was, inaccurate or whatever, they need to delete it and notify the credit bureaus. And this is section 623B1C and B1D. Complete the above steps within 30 days from the date the CRA receives the dispute, or 45 days if they provide additional information to the bureaus. Promptly modify, delete, or block its reporting. The sentence would appear, again, consumer disputes of validity, and they almost never add this. The big key here is that the credit bureau is required to add that sentence to your credit report within 30 days that says that you've disputed an item. And 9 times out of 10, they will not do it in time, prove they didn't do it within 30 days, and they'll be liable for damages up to $1,000 per occurrence. What if you told them that they can keep that $1,000 and instead permanently remove your bad credit marks? They're going to remove it from your credit report. They don't want to pay you. They don't want to go on public record as having lost a court case to you. They don't want this publicized. They don't want to send out a legal team. All they have to do is have an employee remove the item from your credit report. Done deal. If the credit bureau or creditors play hardball, remind them how easy it is to put out a press release. Imagine how many new disputes they will get from thousands of people who read the press release. There's a specific way that you're actually going to handle this. We're going to be disputing with that third-party debt collector first, before we dispute with the bureaus, because the bureaus are more likely to add the sentence to your credit report. If both the bureaus and the creditors who add the disputed sentence to your credit reports within the 30-day time frame, we have actually 2 other avenues. Keep in mind, this doesn't happen. Most people win. Why? While the creditor argued the debts were true, we argued that we weren't here to decide whether or not the debts were true. We're simply there because the creditor failed to abide by FDCPA section 807.8, and the judge agrees and the creditor loses. They have to prove or validate the debt. Let's go over to part 5. I'm going to pull up part 6 as well. We have some sample letters here. Fill out. The highlighted parts are going to be filled out by you. And part 6 is where you're also going to find extra validation of debt letters. There's a bunch of court cases you can check out, such as Stevenson versus TransUnion. You need to look at all of these letters and see how they work. This is the guaranteed deletion debt validation dispute method. Send all of these letters certified mail with a return receipt, sometimes priority, not just certified mail, but that's a different video. This is very important because we need to nail the credit bureaus and creditors to that 30-day time frame required by law. As soon as they sign for your letters, that 30-day clock starts ticking. You need a receipt on day 31. Print out a new copy of your credit reports. They will be time and date stamped. This is all the evidence you need. Even if they add the sentence the next day, they've already broken the law. On the letters, it's highlighted, very simple. Do not sign any of your letters. You do not want your signature being compared and used against you if they find your original contract. Let's move on. We have the inverted dispute pyramid. Keep in mind, it's not just the bureaus that you can go after. You can go bureaus, creditors, collectors. You can make complaints with the CFPB, the AG, the BBB, the FTC. You can make bank complaints. It's called the squeaky wheel method. Here's something easy to understand that you have a lot to use and go after. So if we started with round 1 with date last active, it would actually be date last paid. If they said that it was verified, now go to payment history. If they said it was verified, go to date last reported. If they said it was verified, go to first day of delinquency. Just as I showed you on that organization chart, you have a lot to work with. If they don't respond, now do the same thing. Go to that next inaccuracy or violation. If again, no response, ask for method of verification plus facts. Still no response, request independent investigation and include your facts. No response, go after the notice of dispute violation. If they say they don't understand, it's just all tactic. Restate and send a copy of your credit report. If they say they won't reinvestigate, find new and relevant information. If they say contact the creditor, use Cushman versus TransUnion from 1997, the burden of proof is on them. If they say we already verified, FCRA requires they reinvestigate, especially if you are disputing using factual disputes. A round 2 tactic would be Joe the plumber. Hey, I'm trying to fix my credit. I need your help. Round 3 tactic, squeaky wheel. Go after everything. Round 4 tactic, creditor and collectors did not validate or respond. Round 5 tactic, the CFPB complaint. Point out facts. We need your credit reports, certified mail and return receipt. Monthly payment on a closed account should not be past due. On a collection, should not be late payments on a collection, and past due, if it's on a charge off and it says transferred, should not be past due on the original account. Balance transferred should not be on the original account. Only the new collection agency or creditor, they can report a balance and a past due. If the date last paid is different, it needs to be the same. High balance on charge-offs. Balance on charge-offs should be lower than or equal to the balance. High balance should be the same on all three bureaus. The court name on a bankruptcy should be the actual name. The filing date should be the same on all three bureaus. And only the account holder should report the balance. If you have two collections, both of them reporting the same account, same balance, that's double jeopardy. Notice of dispute, all accounts should be entered by the 30th day after the first dispute was received. And dispute timing, the bureaus did have 45 days instead of 30 days because of the pandemic. Late payments on all accounts should be consistent between all bureaus. Navient is notorious for reporting 90-day lates with no prior late payments. This is not accurate. It should be 30, 60, 90 days late. I'm specifically looking for the ones that I actually uploaded while I was recording this. Okay, I'm going to show you what to look for a bankruptcy. All right, and we are at the end of this. I do have to get this actually posted so that you can access this at 8 p.m. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And there's one other thing that I want to show you. So bankruptcy, as you can see, the bankruptcy on this says U.S. Bankruptcy Court. It is missing the city and state. That is not accurate. U.S. BK, PT, CT, CO, Denver. It needs to say U.S. Bankruptcy Court, city, state. Federal is not the name of a court. All right, let's look at this one. When you're looking at your accounts, you need to be looking for specific things. Remember, I explained about looking at the hierarchy. If we're looking at this account, we're going to see last payment date. This account was illegally re-aged. It shows 12/22, 12/22, 4/2020. That means Experian and TransUnion illegally re-aged this account. If you look at a payment history, you see charge-off. It should not report anything after this account was closed. This is what I'm talking about. When looking at your credit report, you need to be looking for things like this. Last payment date, 23, charge-off. Same with this one, 2020, 23. These are violations. I'm referring to different dates on the date last paid. Go through your credit report, and I want for you to take a look at every single thing on there and then put it through the hierarchy and see what you have to work with, all right? Same with late payments. So if each bureau is reporting something different, then we have an avenue of disputing. Like it should say April as the first delinquency. If we had different information, we would have something to dispute. That doesn't mean that we don't have something to dispute. It's just not that specific thing. I wasn't late on April 20, delete this account. Aging 2020, 2023. So every account, put it through that hierarchy. If you need help disputing, I have additional things for you to do. I created a simple Google Sheets tool to increase credit scores and remove negative items, import Identity IQ and Smart Credit Reports, choose your accounts from the dropdown, and it populates the creditor name, account number, and finds inaccuracies for you. So this last column shows two different dates. If I changed it from date last active to date last paid, it's going to reflect, the new information here. If I can go down to balance, this is the easy way to find different information. I mean, it's really, really simple. There's very clear instruction on here. It tells you step 1, add your personal information. Step 2, choose the bureaus you want to dispute. Step 3, choose a dispute letter. And there's tons and tons and tons of dispute letters in here. This is called live automation. I built on Google Sheets. Very simple. But it does more than all of these other, credit repair softwares on the market. And you can even dispute manually. Put the creditor name, account number, choose a dispute reason, or add your own. Use a built-in reason and back it with the facts from your credit report. So if you want an easy, manageable way of disputing and pop out disputes in just seconds, then go check out live automation. It's sendme2.co/shop.auto. But I'm going to put it on the PDF that I send to you that has all of these links. But that is it. 1 hour is enough. If you have questions, hit me up on the chat. I would be happy to help. If you want to see if I can do a credit sweep for you, head over to my740.com and schedule a call.
I need some yeses here, please, because I don't feel like talking to myself. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so if you go and download, open, whatever, that really long, whatever you want to call it, the download, you're going to see that it's got a crap load of tactics. Now, page 11 or something actually has it so that they're listed like this so that you can find them. If you want to, you can go open that and you're going to see all of the tactics. Now, I figured that because this got all screwed up, and I'm probably going to have a chargeback or two from people that were not here on time like you guys and didn't have to go through all that, but I figured that because of this, I would ask you guys if you had any specific questions regarding tactics first. So if you have a question regarding a tactic, please let me know so that I can address that. And remember, page 11, it's either 11, 12, or 13. I actually have it on, I can actually tell you what page it's on. Okay, so it should be, it's the dispute tactics list and strategy worksheet, and it's page 11. Okay, where do we download this again? Okay, so you would want to go to back to the original link, the mastermind.vargasconsultingworks.com, go back to access class, and then right where, I don't know if you're on a phone or if you are on like a desktop or whatever, but if it's on the desktop, then it's over on the right hand side. There's a picture of me. It says, you know, course something or whatever, instructor. If you look down, there's going to be two buttons. The blue one, all in blue with like white, it's going to say tactics download. If you click on that, it's going to open up the Google Drive, and you'll be able to see everything that goes with this. Okay, sometimes it's perfect. Sometimes it's easier to have something physically as well as, you know, watch or listen. So that's why I wanted to do it this way. Plus, I decided that I wanted to give you guys a lot of stuff. So not only do you get the 5-part mini series, the video series, but you also get section 2 out of the A through Z course. And if you go through these, I've only highlighted kind of like every other one I highlighted, but if you go through them, you're going to notice that some of them are kind of basic sounding, but they're very, very important. Okay, so I appreciate that. Okay, so does anybody have any questions before I tear up this board? Any questions? Do you have any questions regarding tactics? Do you have any issues regarding tactics? Do you know what a tactic is? Do you know what you would, what you're having issues with? Do you, if you look at this list, do you have any questions about specific ones? Because I can specifically go over ones. Okay, here are the student loans that are already in default. Okay, so if you're specifically looking at a tactic to use on student loans, and if you can please put some more questions up there while I'm talking, and we'll go on to the CFPB next. So what you would want to do with student loans, there's actually an entire PDF that I can give you guys. I'll go and I'll post it after on the main page, but there's like 100 different ways to get rid of student loans, but it's basically going to follow, let me put this down. It's basically going to follow this pattern. So let's just say that this is a student loan. I don't care who it is. It could be Navient, it can be Sallie Mae, whatever it is. Okay, so most of the time you're going to have one that in the payment history, there's, oops, a 90-day late, right? It'll say, okay, 90 days, okay. So if you already know that there's a 90-day late on here, and I'll also tell you how to remove the entire account. So if this is just for removing late payments, then you would go after the fact that there's no 30, no 60, it's just specifically stating 90 days late. Now, Navient actually got sued by the CFPB and 3 different attorney generals for not applying payments correctly to consumer accounts. So what they were doing was they were taking in all this money, but they were, you know, either saying that this person was late here or here when they really weren't, or they just weren't applying the payments. So you can actually find this article, and if someone can remind me to do it, I can put it over there on the, when I'm saying over there, I'm talking about where the other links are or whatever. So it's an article that can be used against the bureaus and Navient, but it's specifically only Navient. So now if it's Sallie Mae or something, you have to use the regular tactic. So if you're trying to remove the late payment, then you would basically go after the fact that they're reporting no 30 or 60, they're only reporting 90. And then the way that you would actually dispute that is very simply to say this account needs to be either A, removed, or B, corrected, because you are reporting this without the 30 or 60 day. Now, I will tell you ahead of time that this is just the way that they report. And although it may seem inaccurate, it's really not, because the problem is that they only update quarterly. What the hell is my phone saying? I don't really care about that GPS lady. Okay, so I got my phone on silent and the shit's still going off. Okay, mute, thank you. Okay, so now if you wanted to remove this entire thing, you would very simply, once again, dispute the 90-day late, or you can go after the other things like the date of last activity. So if you're looking at the hierarchy dispute is the same thing with student loans, that you have the DOLA, then you have the DOLP, then you have date of last activity, date of last payment, then you have the payment history, then you can look for monthly payments on closed accounts. Then you can also look for whether has it been transferred and yet they're still reporting monthly payment? Is there a balance on the transferred account? Is there a past due on the transferred account? So there's a crap load of things that you can look for on each and every single one of them to remove it. But if it's transferred because it's like 180 days, 120 days, it was transferred with a balance of like $12,000 and all this other kind of crap, then you need to go this way, going after the DOLA, the DOLP, the payment history, monthly payments, balance, past due, so on and so forth. A really good way to attack them, and this kind of goes for like charge-offs in general, or really anything that you want to get rid of. If you go all the way back, let's say that, I don't know, 5 years ago, going all the way back, there's a 30-day late payment, dispute it. And if that doesn't work and you're like just pulling at straws or whatever, go to the next late payment. You need to remove this account because I paid on time for whatever this or this date was. So if your first dispute is you need to remove this because the date of last activity shows 3 different dates, yada 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 yada. Your next one would be the day last payment, and then the next one would be going after this. There's this date I paid on time, then the 90-day late. There's no 30 and 60. So you actually have this is kind of like my video is like stopping and then starting. You actually have quite a few ways to get rid of it. Now, okay, CFPB. So let's say that you do a CFPB complaint during round 3 or 4, and then there's still things after that. Where do you go from there? Attorney General. Okay, so there's actually stuff in here about the way that you would dispute with the Attorney General. Now, you want to be very careful with that, because going after whoever it is, the creditor, the bureaus, whatever, with the Attorney General can actually kind of backfire, because you really need to rack up a lot of stuff, a lot of violations to use against them. But if you go through this, there's a whole section on that for Attorney General complaints, CFPB complaints, and the different. Sorry that this keeps on stopping. I don't think there's enough light in here, but there's a bunch of different departments and agencies and more than you could ever imagine to go after creditors as well as the credit bureaus. So let's just say that in round 3 or 4 might be kind of early, just saying. So I'm sorry that this keeps on going in and out of focus, but so let's say that round 1. Okay, so let's say that round 1 you have no violations because you're on round 1. So now you're on round 2, and on round 2 they failed to update. They failed to enter the required notice of dispute. And let me just write that there, because that's the next thing I want to tell you guys about required notice of dispute. Okay, so if they didn't put the required notice of dispute, and that's in here under the advanced MOV tactics, I think, but I'm going to explain it anyways, then that is a violation. Let me just tell you what that is. So you did a dispute account, and in the comment section, here's the account reporting the balance, yada yada. Right here in the comments on any report, any real report, not like a fake Credit Karma or whatever, but like a real report, you're going to see that there's a comment section, right? And it's supposed to say disputed by consumer. Okay, if that is not in there, then the required notice of dispute is something that you can dispute, and it's a violation pursuant to Section 623. Okay, so for the FCRA, it is 623. For the FDCPA, it is 806B. Okay, so these are the two things that you're looking out for the required notice of dispute. Now, that can be used for anything, to get rid of anything, okay? And that's also in here. So now if you are on round 2, they didn't do that, now you go on to round 3 and they didn't update the date of last activity, the date of last payment, the balance is still wrong, whatever you actually disputed, then you need to send out your CFPB complaint. So now you can say, round 1, I did this. Round 2, I did this. Round 3, I did this. Round 4, I did this. And here's my list of violations. Now, I think you wrote, make sure you post that article. Yes, I will post the article. And once again, I apologize that the video is kind of choppy. There's just not enough light in here, and this uses up a lot of CPU. Okay. Can you get rid of student loans that are already in default? Yes, and that's the first one that I had gone over. Okay, so default would be anything that is starting with a 30-day late payment, right? So you can go after something that is 30, 60, 90, 120, 180, charged off, transferred, sold, posted to a pigeon. I mean, as long as there's a 30-day late payment, you can go after the student loans. Now, if you want to remove the late payments, you would dispute the late payments only, as I was never late, because they cannot legally verify any late payments. You guys need to remember that. Any late payments on an account cannot be legally verified. Why? Does anybody know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because they are required to send you the only thing that's going to actually give you the legal proof, and that would be their bank statement. Do you really think that a bank or a large entity or anybody that is not like your husband or your wife or your girlfriend or whatever is going to give you a copy of their bank statement proving when the payment was received? That is literally the only thing that can be legal proof, because guess what? I can write a statement saying that you were late, you didn't pay me on time, but is that legal proof? No, the only legal proof is to pull up the bank statement and say, oh, well, you know what? They said that they paid on X date, but right here, I can see that it wasn't accepted into my bank account until X date. So that is the reason why you're able to remove late payments, because it can never be legally verified. Everything else is, hearsay, all right? Now, about a collection account with Chase, charge-off, I feel like I've tried everything to get it removed and it won't freaking budge. Okay, so anything that is like, Chase or Capital One or any sort of charge-off is actually going to be very, very difficult to remove. And the reason is that you're dealing with banks. These people want their money, okay? But okay, let's just flip the script for a second. Let's say that you lend mom or dad or Aunt Susie $10,000, right? Oh, they're my family, they're gonna pay me back. No, I'm not worried about it. Well, they don't pay you back. Now you can't get a hold of them. So you hire someone to, go after them, right? Because you want your money. Well, now you have to hire a collection agency because they're not answering the phone. You no longer have a relationship, and you're like, damn, dude, I was going based off the fact that I've known them for X period of time, and I really needed that money that was $10,000. So I mean, if you really flip it, you'd be thinking about this differently. That, hey, you know what? I understand why these people go after consumers so hard. It's because they're giving you actual money. I don't care what anybody says, credit is money, okay? So they want their freaking money, and the reason that they're not removing it from your credit report is because you robbed them, not you personally. I'm not saying anything to anybody personally. I'm saying you in general as consumers, we rob them and we don't pay them back. And then one of the biggest things, like misconceptions or whatever, is that these people get paid by insurance or that they get to write it off. Let me just tell you what a charge-off means. And I see this in the YouTube comments all the time. What a charge-off means is that the company claimed that it was no longer an asset, right? So when they did their taxes, they had to deduct whatever it was, 10,000, 5,000, 100, same as what I have to do when I have invoices that are not paid by clients. I actually have to do my taxes and say, hey, X amount was not paid by clients, and I have to take that as a loss. So it does work a little bit differently with banks and whatnot, but the whole point is that they're not getting paid, okay? Yes, they might have insurance that covers them, but they're not physically getting the money back that you rob them. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it's so difficult to remove, and that's why you have to go over like the tactics. So I mean, you would start with like, you know, the regular hierarchy, right? And then specifically for charge-offs, you would go with the KO method. Okay, so the KO method, and that is in here. If you want a page, I might be able to tell you. Mission technique, nervous Nelly, KO, squeaky wheel. No, I'm sorry, it's the squeaky wheel method, and it's page 54, or it's somewhere around page 54. Okay, so what the squeaky wheel method is it's actually pretty interesting. This is actually what you should be doing on most accounts, right? So first you go, and yes, I still want to talk about the required notice of dispute because it's very, very, very important, especially if you are someone that processes files for other people, like Chris and like Willie and everything, right? You're not just working on your own file, you're working on other people's files. So it's very, very important. Okay, so squeaky wheel, right? It's called a squeaky wheel because you're just making noise. You've got all these things and you're just making noise. First, I start with this, then this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Now, CFPB complaints, Attorney General complaints, got this, that, right? So you always start with your first things, which is factual disputes, okay? So, and if you want to actually read exactly what's said on here, it's page 54 or around about 54. So you would go with the factual disputes. D/S is disputes, okay? You would go with DR is dispute reasons. Anywho, you would start with your factual disputes. Then you start making noise with the violations. Oh, you violated this. Then you start making complaints, right? With the CFPB, the Attorney General, the blah, 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 the FTC, BBB, QBC, LMNOP. Then you also need to start disputing with the creditors, okay? The creditors, the collection agencies, all that kind of stuff. So you are coming at them from every single angle. So this is a technique that you might want to use on really difficult accounts because the whole point is to become a pain in the ass, all right? If someone is doing this to you, one of the times you're just going to stop because they don't want your letters, they don't want your phone calls, they don't want your certified mail, they don't want any of that. They just want you to shut up and leave them alone. That is why it's called the squeaky wheel method. You are becoming a pain in the ass and you are making noise because a squeaky wheel makes noise, okay? So that is the way that you definitely need to remove those accounts, and that's the way that I remove those really difficult accounts. Okay, so once again, if you want to see that, like the full description and all that kind of stuff, somewhere around page 54. Okay, so JB, if we purchase the VIP upgrade, where and when do we get the software? So anybody that purchased up through, like, I don't know, 2 days ago, already received their logins, okay? So I was really, really rushing. As you can see, my face is red, okay? It's not just hot in here. I'm really aggravated. So I was running all over the place, rushing, trying to get this done, and then obviously you guys know that this whole thing was like fell apart and everything, so I didn't have time to send out any software usernames and logins because I have to like generate it and then, you know, make sure I can get in and then move it over to where it's supposed to be and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sitting out between tonight and tomorrow. Holy crap, I've got the AC on and it is really hot in here. Okay, one more before I tell you what the notice of dispute is. Okay, not tell you what it is because I already did, but how to use it. Okay, so if we have the real report to show that, or can we use Identity IQ's report to show that they didn't put the required notice of dispute? That is a very, very good question. Okay, and I need a different pen. We are going to go with who? Okay, so you can use any report that has the comments. Now, I would stick with the same report. So if you start with Identity IQ, end with Identity IQ. If you start with just their disputes or whatever, let's use the credit reports, then continue with their credit report. So anything that actually shows the comments, and like, okay, if you're using Credit Check Total now changed, the interface doesn't work, it doesn't show the information needed, but it used to show the comments, and it would say, disputed by consumer, you know, meets the FCRA requirements or whatever. So I would kind of stick with Identity IQ. Sorry, like I said, it's hot in here. I would stick with Identity IQ. It does have the comment section. Now, if, let's just say that you have a client that cannot get Identity IQ, you can use don't hate for me saying this, but you can use Privacy Guard. But no, I take that back, because Privacy Guard, their interface changed as well. So now it's kind of like you only have like a couple of sites. My FICO, I believe, shows it, but I would kind of stick with that. Yeah, stick with Identity IQ. Okay, did I skip someone? Random question. How are you able to double space between paragraphs? Oh, yeah, I saw that on the forum. And like I said, I was running all over the place, so I'm sorry I didn't respond to that. Okay, so in that example of the CFPB thing, that was literally like I typed it out and then I copied and pasted it to Word. And then that was like way back when I was giving clients copies of the CFPB complaints. Okay, required notice of dispute. This is very, 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 very important. And you're going to see this in Credit Secrets version 9. It's either version 4 or version 9 that goes over it. And if someone can remind me, I will post a link over there. Yeah, you definitely want it. Okay. Credit Secrets. All you have to do is post it there. Chris, can you post Credit Secrets? Just remind me, and I'll post it over there. Okay, so now required notice of dispute. If you look at the advanced, hold on, no, let me go down. If you look at not the MOD, but VOD, where do they have it on here? That's my hold music. I'm not seeing it on here. I know it's in here, but thank you. Okay, so I'm not seeing it in here. I know it's in here because I did a video on it like 2 years ago, and I pulled it directly from here. But after this, I will go post it over there. You guys can get a copy of it, and you definitely want it because, you know, there's a certain person, I won't mention his name, but you guys know who I'm talking about, on YouTube that does 609 only, right? So 609 is literally just for like medical and stuff, right? Because you want the actual signed, you know, contracts and everything. And that's actually the KO method, okay? The knockout method. Because you're trying to knock them out because they don't have the proof, right? Now, just as the 609 method works, there's also the VOD. So if you're doing the validation of debt or debt validation method, then that's where the notice of dispute comes in. So a lot of people don't know that there's more than just letter 1. And you can get letter 1 on my website at expertcreditsweeps.com/VOD, okay? So it's /VOD. Okay, so with this, with the, oh God, I'm so hot. Okay, so if we're looking at the VOD process, you send out letter 1 to the collections. So you have letter 1, and this one goes to collections. And this is just basically saying, I don't know what this is. Where's the proof? If you don't give me the proof, you have to remove it. This is my notice of dispute. But it's like a whole page of like laws and all that kind of stuff, right? So while you send this one out to the collection agency, you're also disputing with the bureaus. And this one goes to, crap. This one goes to the credit bureau that you're saying that this is unknown. Literally, just unknown. You can literally just put the creditor name, account number, unknown. I don't think blue's gonna work. All right, I need to get another pen. Marker, whatever. Okay, so here we go, black, and this one sucks. Okay, so now you sent out letter 1 to the collection agency. You also sent out the one to the credit bureaus. You're saying unknown here, and you're saying validated at, over here. This only goes to third-party debt collectors. And I'm going to tell you why. It only goes to third-party debt collectors because if you send this to Midland, Portfolio, Calvary, second round, or whatever, you are going to get yourself or your client sued, okay? So if you don't want a process server, you know, knocking on your door saying, oh, we have something for you, can you send this, or are you so-and-so, and then you have to sign for it and then get sued, then do not dispute with them because you are going to get your ass in court. Or your clients, and then after your client gets sued, they're going to sue you, okay? So only third-party debt collectors. What's a third-party debt collector? They are like a medical collector or utility bills or something like that, okay? It's not, you know, the big ones for like credit cards and student loans and the freaking federal government. Like, don't do it. Just don't do it, okay? So anywho, You guys know I like tangents and go off on tangents. Okay, so now they respond and they say, oh, it's verified. Now you have to send out letter 2, okay? Letter 2 is basically stating either A, you responded, or B, you didn't, and asking for, another validation, right? With the credit bureaus, you're sending out another letter, and this one is failure to, sorry for my handwriting, failure to verify. Now, letter 3 is where it's really, 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 really important, okay? How you dispute to Verizon, it's a charge-off. So you are disputing it the same as any other charge-off. You are not disputing it directly with Verizon. If it's with Jefferson Capital, you are using this method right here, okay? So now you're on letter 3. They either responded, they didn't, you don't care what they had to say because it was a bunch of BS. If they didn't delete it, then you just don't care what they have to say. Letter 3 is where the required notice of dispute is, okay? So required notice of dispute. Now, side note, if you are disputing non-collections or whatever, you can use this on round 2, okay? Your dispute would be letter 1, you sent out letter 1, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. If it's a inquiry, collection, charge-off, repossession, bankruptcy, you sent out letter 1 and they said, sorry, tough shit, it's verified. Now what happens is that you can go and say that they didn't put the required notice of dispute. They have 30 days, okay? They have 30 days from the date that they received the mail. So that one you might want to send out certified if it's collections, and if you're disputing for a client, charge them for it, okay? So they have 30 days to enter this required notice of dispute. If they don't enter it, they are now in violation of those 2 laws I had written here, 623 of the FCRA and 806B of the FDCPA. The way that you actually get these off using that is on letter 3 of the VOD process. You can actually find this on my store at 𝗥𝗲𝗹 /Vargas It's called Vargas Consulting because that's my last name, Vargas, okay? So required notice of dispute. Letter 3 basically says, I tricked you. I tricked you. You thought that I wanted the proof, the signature, but what I wanted was for you to be stupid and not put the required notice of dispute. And now, if you don't remove this, I can take you and I will take you to court. You need to remove it immediately. Now, letter 3 to the bureaus is letter 2, 3, whatever, the one that corresponds with this, okay? Your letter to the bureaus is basically going to state that there was no notice of dispute, okay? So because the notice of dispute was not there, it has to come off here, and if they don't remove it, you sue them, and if it doesn't come off here, you can take them to court, because letter 4 is court. This is your notice that you are going to court. And did I just undo my my mic? No, I didn't. Okay, so that is the way that you do the validation of debt. Now, a lot of people only get letter 1. You need more than letter 1, and you cannot send letter 1 for round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holy crap, my hair is like, wow. I can like see myself just like you guys see me. I'm like, so I can see that what you guys are putting in the chat, and I'm like, oh my god, my hair is like, oh my god. Okay, sorry, it's humid here, and it's like Vegas doesn't get humid, but it's like humid in here, like in here in my house. Okay, so when you're doing the VOD, please, 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 please do not dispute with debt buyers. Okay, you are going to get your ass sued, like I said. Okay, so now if they don't remove the account and you disputed using the VOD process, or just disputing the fact that they didn't put the required notice of dispute, then now you would go down the hierarchy or down the hierarchy of the tactics. So let's say that you did that. Now you would go down to either use well, technically that's the KO method, but you could either do the KO method. You can send out another letter of the VOD process. You can go for, okay, so let's talk about the KO method, right? So first we did the VOD, right? We're asking them for, number 1, proof, and then we fool them, and we're talking about the notice of dispute. Now, if that doesn't work, you can go up here to the KO method. The KO method is very simply, give me proof. Now, it's not the same thing because they're actually different tactics, but you're going from 623 of the FCRA over to 609 of the FCRA, and that's as I had already spoken of, the guy on YouTube. That's his whole thing, is the whole 609. Okay, this is where it would work. Okay, so you can knock them out with the fact that there's no proof. Even if I did sign something, you're not going to have the copy of it. But you have to be very careful because you're sending all this stuff that says, give me the proof, give me the proof, give me the proof, give me the proof, give me the proof. And if they don't have the proof, they're going to go get it. But they're also going to sue you, okay? So you need to be very careful because you're telling them, please go get it, so that during the discovery process of the lawsuit, I'm going to lose because I'm saying that you don't have it and you went and got it because I forced you to. The guy on YouTube says send letters to everyone, even if they're debt buyers. Yeah, no, okay. I'm not in the business of talking crap about other companies. My 609 Kool-Aid letter video might seem like I do, but I don't. He's very, very smart. Kind of use recycled material, but hey, everyone's got to earn a living, right? But the one thing is that he, just like Chris said, goes and says, dispute everything, your charge-offs, your collections, your foreclosures, your bankruptcies, your inquiries, your collections, all using this method. Okay, now let me tell you, if it were as simple as sending out one letter or one type of letter that would get rid of everything, don't you think that lenders would pay a couple $100s for you to go either to this person or do it themselves so that they can get their commission? Because their entire point is to get the commission. So why do people think that this one letter, this one series works for hundreds of thousands of millions of other people? It doesn't. It does not work. If it did, I wouldn't be doing all this crap and all these videos that I do, breaking down the entire process. I wouldn't have, come up with all of this. I wouldn't have a course. There wouldn't even be me having a business because it would be as simple as going to his website, paying $9, getting the whole little 609 thing. And guess what? Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I have perfect credit now. Okay. So it doesn't work like that. So yeah, no, don't think so. If you send out that letter or, any letter to Midland Portfolio, all those, then you're just asking. You are asking for it. Okay. You are asking for it. So please do not do that. And I need some more questions on here. Okay, so what do we send to Portfolio and other companies? You don't. My friend, you don't. You do not. You do not. You do not. Okay, so the way that you want to get those off, and let me just put this over here. The way that you get those off, we're going to create a fake account. And just so you know, the KO method, once again, is asking for proof. Okay, and if you look at one of those 253 pages, it's going to explain how you can do that. And I am going to put the credit secrets version, whatever it is. I'll put both of them on there, whatever. I've got both of them. I will put both of those up there, but those go over that part. So you just want to get proof, okay? So there's you guys have so much at your disposal. It's crazy, right? You have your list of dispute reasons, yada, 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 but you also have your list of tactics that you can go after. So I don't get it when people say, oh, I don't have anything to dispute. There's nothing to dispute on this account. I don't know what to do about it because there's just nothing. There's nothing to dispute. What do you mean there's nothing? Okay. Anywho, all right, so Portfolio, let's say that, and I'm only talking about the collection itself, not the original creditor. So we have Portfolio, the big P, right? Okay, so Portfolio is reporting a balance of 1,000. Keep it simple. A past due, $583. Let's make it weird. There's a monthly payment of nothing. There are late payments. It has charge off or 30 days late or okay. There's activity, whatever it is. There's activity in the payment history, right? Everything else we kind of don't really care about except for limit. There's also a limit of 1,000, okay? We're not going to go over the whole open and closed part. This is really all that matters. So the way that you remove this account is the fact that let's actually put a monthly payment here. We'll put just about $15 just to make it simple, right? It's very seldom that you're going to see that, but we're going to do it anyways. Okay, so you have 4 things to dispute, and we're only looking at like 5 things, right? So stop disputing the balance. Nobody cares about the balance. Stop disputing the balance. You're not going to get the account removed using that. You want to dispute the fact that there's a past due on this account. There should not be a past due on a collection because by default, collections are past due, right? So very simply, a collection should have no payment history, no past due, no nothing. It should just be a freaking collection. It's by default, it's late. By default, it's past due. So there really shouldn't be anything there. Now, monthly payment, if there's a monthly payment on it, then they don't know what the heck they're doing, okay? So that's an automatic violation. This is a violation. And then talking about the late payment history, once again, by default, they're late, right? So there should be absolutely no payment history, whether you paid or not, on a collection. Another thing that you can look at is the date of last activity. If you are looking at a collection and there's 3 different dates of last activity, then they're screwed because, the date's really never going to line up with the original account. But yeah, it shouldn't say charge-off, shouldn't have late payments. It shouldn't even say okay unless you actually paid on it, okay? So the first thing that you would go after is past due. Most of mine are removed by saying that the account has a past due on it, okay? So you would start here, past due, then you would go here, late payments, and then now limit. If there is a limit on the account, then you need to dispute that as well, because basically the way that it works is that this isn't like a revolving account. It's not whatever. There should not be a limit on here. You should not be seeing that. So 1, 2, 3. Now, if it is, just thinking real quick. Okay, if it is let's go with bankruptcy, okay? Just because it's the first thing that popped into my head. Okay, bankruptcy. So with bankruptcy, you really only have a couple options. And now going back to the whole 609 dude and all of that, you do not want to use 609 on it. You do not need to block anything, suppress anything. That just doesn't matter, okay? So with a bankruptcy, and yes, pull this from Identity IQ. Just use the top half of your board, heavy glare on the bottom. Sorry. Okay, so with a bankruptcy, so we have a bankruptcy, and we're going to call this US, I'm short, okay? So US 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗔𝗔𝗔𝗔, U.S. Bankruptcy Court, and then we also have U.S. Dist Court. Okay, there's a heavy glare. Yes, I see it. Let me go see if I'm gonna go close the blinds real quick. Hold on. Like mad loud. Okay. Is that any better? Okay. That is better once they, perfect. Okay, so once the blinds stop moving, now it's a little bit dark in here, but that's okay. All right, so you have U.S. Bankruptcy Court, U.S. District Court, and Federal Court. So this is EX, this is TU, and this is EQ. Most of the time you're going to see them reported like this, okay? So you would go after the fact that this is abbreviated. Just because they understand what it says doesn't mean that that's legitimate or accurate or per FCRA, regulations. U.S. Dist Court is missing the city and the state. If you look up how a bankruptcy is required to report per FCRA regulations, it's going to say that the city and state must actually report. Now, federal court, that's just kind of common sense. Federal court doesn't say anything about U.S. bankruptcy court, city, state. Where do you see that in federal court? You don't. So for Equifax, you dispute the fact that that doesn't say anything about that. Also, you can say that this is not this and this and this one. It's not the legal name of the court. You know, like whatever. It's not the legal name of the court. Now, if you look at the filing date, so if you have the filing date, and this used to be great about credit check total before they, you know, went down into the dump. So credit check total used to report like different filing dates by like centuries. I mean, like literally centuries. Okay. So, yeah, no, definitely don't send to portfolio. Okay. So, they used to report like the year 020 something, 1920. I mean, how does that make any sense? And then you would literally send a copy from the credit report that reflects the fact that it's not a legal date, and you'd be able to get the whole thing wiped off. However, credit check total no longer does that. They report kind of like the same thing. So now, if you're using Identity IQ, sometimes you see that, you know, Equifax has a different date by like, you know, just a couple of days, right? It's not even like, it's not 1900 anymore or whatever. You might still see it on Experian's website, but go and find a place. I don't care how much it costs, right? The whole point is that it costs much more to have the bankruptcy on there. Go and pull the credit report in as many places as you can. If you're working on this for yourself, if it's your client, go tell them to do it, right? Go and pull them in all these different places and see if the dates are different. And wherever the date is different, keep a copy of that report, and you're going to take the page, just the one page that goes with the bankruptcies, and you're going to dispute the fact that the dates are different. You can also go to Pacer. So it's whatever, Pacer, PACER.gov. You would need what the docket number, whatever it's called, and I think the person's name, and you can pull up the actual bankruptcy documents, whatever, and you can look at the different what do you call that thing? God, my brain's all over the place. The docket number, the filing date, the court name. You want to look at all of these things wherever you can to find the place that it's most different, to use it to get them off. And then you would just dispute using factual based disputes. This needs to be removed because dispute reason, right? The filing date, the court name, all of that. Now, if we look at a judgment, it's kind of similar. So if you recall, back in 2016, my brain, like I said, is all over the place. So I'm like talking here and I'm thinking there. Back in 2016, the laws changed. So now the person's personal information, social, date of birth, whatever, address, name, has to report. And if it's not on there, it needs to be removed. So 100% of the time, you're not going to see that on, you know, like Identity IQ, credit check total, privacy guard, yada, yada. So you don't want to go after it that way. But you can do it in two different ways. So judgments, tax liens, and evictions if it's under public records. So this is only on the public records part, and possibly child support if it's under public records. If it's under like collections and stuff, don't do it. Don't bother. Foreclosures in process and child support, don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. Or maybe come over there and slap you. Don't do it. All right. So you can go after these in two different ways. You can go after it in the personal information reporting, personal info. You didn't report my social, you didn't report my date of birth, you didn't report my address. How do I know this is mine? Where's the proof? Proof, the documents, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I would say that's your tactic number two. Tactic number one is to go after the factual based disputes based on the inaccuracies on the credit report. Okay, so with public records, you are looking at the filing date. You are looking at the court name. You are looking at the plaintiff for judgments. Plaintiff. And then you're going to dispute them. So with the filing date, we've already talked about how to dispute that, but now if you're going after the court name, it's going to be kind of similar. You're going to dispute the fact that, one bureau says that it's 𝗥𝗲𝗹𝗁𝗵𝗲𝗀 Mitsubishi Court, right? But the other bureau says that it's, 𝗥𝗲𝗹𝗁𝗵𝗲𝗀 Ganoush, right? Court. So you need to actually, like, literally, physically get the copy of the credit report. You're going to send that page. You're going to circle it, mark it all up. You're going to put arrows and everything saying, you wrote this, you did this, you're reporting this, you're doing that. Because in this case, you can use the supporting documentation to remove the negative items. Go after, like I said, the filing that now with the plaintiff. The plaintiff is a big one because it might actually be reported incorrectly. It might be missing. It might be named incorrectly. The spelling might be different. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can actually go after. And then if that doesn't work, then you go over to personal info and your last dispute on a judgment, tax lien, or, there's a really important one. If you look at an Experian-related website, you might see that one bureau says a balance while other bureaus don't have the balance. The thing that you need to remember is that everything needs to be accurate, complete, and verifiable, but it needs to be consistent. You can't have one bureau saying you owe $500,000 while another bureau says that it's paid. So is it paid, or is there a freaking balance? Because if there was a balance, then, I mean, why does the other one say that it's paid? And if it's paid, then shouldn't it have been removed? So, anyhow, so that's the way that you remove those, okay? So you just need to look at all the little different inaccuracies. Just looking at the chat. Is there anything else you dispute on a bankruptcy other than the name of the court, the filing date? It used to be, I know that sounds really, really simple, but remember, we're doing factual-based disputes, right? I've really, rarely seen it where you dispute, hey, give me the proof that, no, that this bankruptcy is mine and all that kind of stuff, like going the whole 609, route with it. I've rarely seen that it actually works. And so going after it this way, they're not going to be able to verify anything because there's already proof that they're reporting inaccurately. So you need to use the whole squeaky wheel method where you're just pounding at them over and over and over and over and over again. You need to become a pain in the ass. You didn't this, you didn't that, here's the proof of this, why didn't you that, here's my complaints, blah, blah, blah. That's the way that you get these things off. Okay, so with inquiries, inquiries are kind of a bitch. So inquiries are very, 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 very difficult. They are aggravating, they're annoying. Don't use any laws really to get them off. There's only one way that you're going to get them off. And if you could put any other questions that you have on there, because all of these, everything that I'm talking about actually pertains to all of this. It's just kind of all in the mix. Now, inquiries, the way that you remove them is you have a couple of options. You can either go after, what do you call it? You can use the identity theft method, right? You can go after the 5 reasons, as I call it. And you can just go after proof. So with identity theft, I don't really have to explain that one, but with identity theft, it is very basically that there's a police report and all of that, right? You really don't want to do that unless it's actual fraud. With the 5 reasons, the only reasons that are going to be there are employment, insurance, court order, and firm offer of credit. Firm offer of credit is the only one that actually pertains to your credit, okay? So if there's no firm offer of credit, it needs to be removed. And then proof, using proof, asking for proof is just basically what all of the letters say. You know what I mean? If you don't have the proof of this account, you need to remove it. It's the same thing for inquiries. If you don't have the proof that this inquiry was made by a company with my permission or authorization, then it needs to be removed. And yes, once again, I'm very hot right now. Okay, so one of the things is called back to creditor tactic. So what you would do is you become such a pain in the ass to the creditors, or not the creditors, I'm sorry, collection agencies, that they just give up. They literally send it back to the creditor, okay? So what you do is use the squeaky wheel method, and the KO method or technique, and they're going to get so aggravated with you that they're not going to delete it, but they're going to send it back to the creditor. You can either settle with the creditor, or you can use factual-based disputes and get the entire thing removed. Okay, so you guys already know how to do the basic credit bureau dispute method of verification. Okay, so I really don't think I need to go into that one, the method of verification request, but it's pretty simple. With the method of verification request, you're doing your initial dispute, right? This collection, this charge off, this inquiry, this bankruptcy, doesn't match across the board. I don't know what it is, all that kind of stuff. Now they're going to come back and say that it's verified, right? Everything normally always comes back as verified on that very first round. So everything was verified. Now you need to go after basically kind of what you learned, all the W's and everything, who, how, when, whatever, that's the H, but you have to go after the method of verification. So who verified this? How did they verify it? When was it verified? Where is the proof that it was verified? Now on the where, you need to go and use the KO, right? So you need to get the proof, because there is no proof. Look, I'm going to tell you the truth behind this. This is all an automated process. You have one computer that, sorry, that's my family just got back. You have one computer that reads the letter, then it goes into the eOscar system, and it communicates with that other computer, which is a creditor. This is the creditor, this is the credit bureau, and there's no people in this entire process here. So if all they're doing is matching the information against each other's information, then where is the proof? Where was the investigation? There is no investigation. And if you go back and look at Cushman versus TransUnion from 1997, you will see that Congress states that that is not the way that an investigation should be. So when you have a re-investigation, they actually need to do an independent, by themselves, independent investigation. So that's when you can ask who, what, when, where, why, all that kind of stuff. They're not going to be able to come up with anything because there's no people in this. So if there's no people, then how the heck did you verify this? And obviously, if you're matching the information that you have against the information that I have, it's going to be the same information because I'm getting my information from you. So that is the way that you use the method of verification. And there are letters that you can use for that, and they are in the Section 2 tactics. So if you want to see different ways to write this or use it or ask for it, then go and check that part out. I just saw something else pop up. I have a client, and you put them on identity keyword. You need to keep it active. Okay, if you have a client, when they sign up, you're getting them on Identity IQ. When at each and every single time that you pull a new credit report, it has to be from the same place. So yes, when they sign up, they need it, and all the way throughout the entire process, they need it. Anytime that it drops off, it's going to hinder the process, and you're going to have to go and have them re-sign up, and now you're not going to know if the results were accurate. You're not going to know whether something actually came off or whether, you're not going to know, okay? So they need to actually keep it during the whole process, and instead of looking at one report versus the credit bureaus, don't do that. You need to be consistent with it. Okay, lately I've started on every round, including screenshots from my identity queue and writing all over it with violations, incorrect info, etc. Is that overkill, or would help them know each? Okay, I wouldn't do that until round 3 or 4, like I mentioned. So just keep it simple in the beginning, and then you can go and prove that you're not an idiot. And if you want to see kind of how that would work, if you look at the nervous Nelly tactic, I believe that one matches that, where you kind of act like you're an idiot with this. Oh, I don't really know what I'm doing, all that kind of stuff. And then you prove that you are pretty educated and that you know what you're doing. That's also when the CAPD complaints would follow, okay? I have a charge of data-less activity, data-less ported, deal appeal from September 2014. I disputed the late payment history, and they said it was verified. Would you recommend the dispute? Then no, it's a dispute. Next, yes. Okay, you have to look at that count and see, is there an actual notice of dispute on it, or is it, is it not there, but you see that, I mean, the status date like was updated. So you have two different ways that you can go after that. So if they didn't put the required notice to dispute, that's one thing. If they didn't do the status update date, that's also in here. If they didn't update the status, then you can also go after that. So that would be, if they're claiming that they did an investigation, they're going to come back and say that it's verified, right? And then you're going to see that that the date changed. So if it said 2014 in the beginning, now that should be a 2019 date, right? 2014 to 2019. If it's a 2019 date and it's within like the last 45 days, then they're not in violation. If it still shows that original date, then it's also in violation. So you can go after the status update or date reported date, or you can go after the date of last activity, date of last payment, payment status, payment history, monthly payment if it's there. Then you can go the required notice of dispute, and then the status update date. Put the MOB dispute next to each account with the letter. And just give me, you guys, just give me 1 second, just 1 second real quick. Sorry about that. Okay. So now if you do the, okay, there's a bunch of indirect techniques that you can do, and I'm only going to list them because I have done, if you go back and look at my playlist, I have quite a few of them, and then I saw 2 other questions come up. Okay, indirect dispute techniques. If you want the full thing, look at this and look at the videos that I did. But indirect dispute technique very simply means that you are not directly disputing with the bureaus. What you are doing is instead kind of going around the process to, you know, go after them, right? So don't ever put a 100-word statement on a credit file. Not for yourself, not for your clients. And the reason why is it actually works against you. There's nothing that you can really say on it that's going to make the dispute better for you or for a creditor to look at you. So I always recommend taking them off. That's also what all the books I've ever read say and everything, okay? So you need to remove those. Do not have your clients or yourself put it on there, okay? So indirect dispute techniques would be, okay, doing the addresses, right? If you do the addresses, you can remove the address. It'll help in removing the account. You can, I think they're on the back here. Hold on. Okay, a limit request. So if you raise your limit, it's going to decrease utilization and therefore increase your score. If you decrease your balances, it'll decrease utilization and it'll increase your score. All right. So this and that those are both indirect dispute techniques. You can add an authorized user. I really don't recommend doing that. We can talk about that at a different time, but I really don't recommend doing that. Now you can, let's just say that your high balance is not showing. Your limit is not showing. What you do is, because your comments will say some crap like, trying to think of what it is. My husband just came home and it totally threw me off. Okay, the high balance, well, it'll have a comment that says that the limit is the high balance or the high balance is the limit or something, when neither of those are true. So if you run up your balance, your high balance is now going to show as a true number. Therefore, your utilization is actually going to go down and your credit score is going to go up. If you revive an old account, so let's just say that you have a closed account, it's with like Capital One, you can reopen it, and now it's going to add to the 35% or whatever that's made up of your credit score, that's made up of the history. It's going to add to it. It's going to be longer or better or whatever, and now your score went up. You can add subprime cards, like what was the jewelry place or whatever. So you can add subprime cards. And after a short period of time, they are going to raise your score. Like an immediately type of thing, they're not going to raise the score. And my son is underneath my desk pulling out all of my cords. 1 second, please. No, baby. Yeah. How about you come out here? No, let's get that out of your mouth. Thank you. Sorry, guys, 1 moment. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy. Here, look at this. Sorry about that. Okay, you can. Where were we? This one was reviving old accounts, subprime cards. So my jeweler's card, Oxford, New Coast Direct, all of those are actually going to drop your score, and then they're going to raise it. So yeah, there's just the Oxford one, whatever, New Oxford, Chase and Oxford, I don't know what the heck it is. Whatever the third one is, add those on there, add one of them at a time. And there's 𝗥𝗲𝗹𝗁, yes, thank you. There's also, who the heck is it? Crown Jewelers? No, Crown Jewelers or something, but it's another $5,000 line. I don't know if they report to all three of those, so you want to check that one out. So it can really, really help you if you don't have a long history, or you need it to look like your credit's better than what it is. Okay, so you don't want to do that if you have, like, I don't want to say really good credit, or if your client has good credit, don't recommend it, because it'll actually tank their score. So you don't want to add things that are going to make them take a step back. Okay. Missing information or reinserted item tactic. This one is very, very important. Okay, so I wait 30 days or 45 days for the notice of dispute. 30 days. My chargeoff is on Experian, and they already sent me results that was verified that the date last reported and notice of dispute are the same. The date last reported and the notice of dispute. Okay, so, but did they enter it within 30 days of the date that it was received? So, in other words, you write your letter, you send your letter out, that's day number 1. You count 30 days, pull a new credit report, and check to see if the notice of dispute is on there. If it's not on there, then they're in violation of section 623. So you would want to check to see if it's actually on there. Well, yeah, I mean, it's my Jewelers Club, the Oxford, whatever it is, Ox Publishing, and New Coast Direct. So I should put all of that in one paragraph. Question to you, number 3 separate what? Not 3 separate? Oh, okay. I got you. All right, so would you put the method of verification dispute next to each account in the letter? No. You would put. Okay, so this is your paragraph, right? You didn't blah 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 blah. Send me the proof. Blah blah blah. Down where the accounts are, however, you would put, Capital One, account number, yada yada. You didn't verify this account. I can see that this or that is still listed inaccurately. I need to see the proof. I need to see the contract. I need to see the proof that you ever did an investigation, whatever. So you want it to be different for each account, but they're all saying the same thing. So you're Frankie, baby, stop. You're going around in circles, but you're saying the same thing on every single account. That's what you want to do. So that's the way that you're actually going to get it removed, is by doing it that way. So there's actually a couple of ways that you can raise your score without removing any negative items. But if you want the full list, you would want to look here. Okay, so pay and pray. I was going to do something else, but no record. No, okay, so reinsertion. Let's do that one first. Reinsertion. I'm going to tell you what we're going to do, and then that is going to be the end of it. But I'm going to post everything on there for you guys. Okay, so. And I'm actually going to make another one of these, like the tail end of it, and then I'm actually going to send it to each one of you so that you guys have even more information. Okay, so what did I say we were going to do? We were doing pay and pray and reinsertion. The rest of them aren't as important because we're using factual-based disputes, right? So multiple disputes per item, you can also do that. Now, let me just say that that's going to be a very short thing. You can do the same thing, but instead of having capital 1, only one reason, discover, only one reason. You're going to do capital 1, the date of last activity is wrong, the date of last payment is wrong, the monthly payment shows on a closed account. You didn't verify this, the required notice of dispute is not on here. Delete this account immediately for all of these inaccuracies and violations, okay? So don't do that unless you have like a crap load of them and you think that they're strong enough to remove it all at once. Don't just send it just because. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Sorry. Okay, so with the reinsertion, you actually have to have something listed on, they actually have to notify you is what I'm saying. So let's say that you remove an account and you're like, yeah, I got all these, negative items removed. Frankie, it's not even my son Frankie, I'm yelling at the wrong kid. I have a 1-year-old and I have a 4-year-old. So once again, I apologize, they got a new toy. Okay, so you removed an account, it was here, now it's not here, and then it reappears. In between these two things happening, they're supposed to send you a notice, right? The notice is supposed to say, oh, we reinserted this, you're going to have to blah, blah, blah. If they don't send you this notice, now they're in violation of Section 611. That's a tactic right there. So this would be disputing the fact that they're missing the dispute notice that they're supposed to send you within 5 business days of it re-reporting on your credit report. 9 times out of 10, they're not going to do that, and it's going to be a violation, okay? So unless you have a lawyer, in between and disputing all that, leave him alone. They're not going to send it to you. They're not going to give you this required notice of dispute, okay? So now with the pay and pray, I'm really sorry. With the pay and pray, you are dealing with, just give it to him. I'm sorry, guys. 2 seconds. Frankie, let him have it. Let him have it. See, this is why I told my husband specific time up to a specific time so that I didn't have to deal with all this, because obviously you guys don't want to hear kids screaming and crying. So I apologize. Okay. And I did see that last comment come on. Okay. So with the pay and pray, it only works on collections. So let's just say that you have a collection and it's only $50, right? It's just $50. Just pay the damn thing. Okay. Now, because you paid it, you're going to keep on disputing it, and they have absolutely no incentive to keep it on there, and they're going to eventually remove it. Why would they keep it on there? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm sure that's really like all up in the microphone. Holy shit. Stop. So because you paid it, they have absolutely no incentive to keep it on your credit report or your client's credit report, and they're going to remove it. Let them play with it. This happens like on every longer live thing that I do. I swear to God, it happened 2 years ago. It happened a year ago. It happened during my giveaway when he was born. It just always happens this way. Okay, so that is pay and pray. You're paying it, and then you're praying on them to get it removed, and they have absolutely no incentive to keep it on there, so they are going to remove it because now you're just a pain in the ass. It's costing them money to continue disputing it and putting man hours on it. And so that's something that you may want to think of if you don't have, I mean, this really only works on accounts where the balance is like less than $5, less than $4, less than $300, okay? And then the nervous Nelly tactic, okay? So with the nervous Nelly tactic, and you really want to look at the repo 2-year stuff. It's kind of a lot of information, and there's like a lot of technical stuff to it, so I'm not going to go over that. All right, this is the last one, and then I know I have questions to answer. And like I said, I'm going to make another one of these. The beginning of this really threw me off, so I apologize. Okay, so I didn't want to go after that one. Never mind. We're going over the omission technique. Okay, so every single collection agency is required to tell you very specific things, like, you know, if they can't sue you, they're required to tell you. If they can't do this, they're required to tell you. If they can't do that, they're required to tell you. They cannot do something and not provide you with the necessary information, right? It's kind of like purchasing a car. So they're required to tell you anything that would have changed your mind otherwise, such as paying for something and not knowing that it wasn't going to get removed, paying for something and not knowing that they couldn't take you to court, paying for something and not knowing that it was outside the statute of limitations, or not even paying for it, but their notice that they sent you, if it doesn't state that this is an attempt to collect a debt that is outside the statute of limitations, so we can't, you know, take you to court, or this is an attempt to collect a debt on something that, whatever, they're required to tell you this stuff. And if they don't, you kind of have to know what you're looking for, but if they don't, then you can not only get it removed, but you can take them to court. So your response to that is, in here, you want to look at the omission technique. Your response to that would be, you know, you didn't, whatever it was, you didn't tell me that this was this and this and this. You need to remove this, or you're going to owe me $5,000. I'm going to take you to court for this violation, this, and this, okay? Okay, so you guys want to look at, okay, the collector wish list, the date updated tactic. We have already spoken about that. And here's the debt validation checkmate tactic. That's a little bit different. It's page 134. And steps to take after collector fails to validate. So that kind of goes with everything that we've already gone over, okay? Don't bother looking at friendly loans. You already know whether or not you can borrow money from family to put on, you know, whatever. I don't know why that's in here. But you guys definitely want to go over the other tactics that are in here, such as the SOL tactic. I did do a video on that. Okay. I am going to, well, first of all, let me re-apologize for the beginning of this. It totally threw me off. I'm sorry about that. Second thing is, like I said, I'm going to create another video sometime this week or this week. I'll upload it back to that same link, the mastermind, and you can access it there. I'm going to put the credit repair secrets, both version 4 and 9, on there, in the Navient article. Let me answer these, I think, 2 questions or whatever that are left, and then that is it. Like I said, I have other things that I want to show you, but it's absolutely impossible for me to do that now. My son just went into the refrigerator, stood up on a chair, and stole an ice cream. So you know what I'm dealing with here. So I'm going to put it all into a different video. But now let me say this before answering these 2, and I've got, the heck, my hair. If you have questions about anything, or you want to learn something else, or something that is in here you would like an explanation on, because this is everything that, you know, I wanted to go over. When is your 2-day class happening in Vegas? Soon. Then all you have to do is let me know, and I would be happy to create a video on it, or answer in a comment, or just send me an email, Kristen@expertcreditsweeps.com, if you have any of that. And then, or you can post it on the forum. If you have the members only access to the forum, you can do that, or you can join and then post under the one that is not restricted. Okay, questions. Your question. Okay. Section 611, okay, account wasn't removed, but a late payment was removed. If the late payment is reinserted, is that still the same, or if the account, okay. I said okay a million times, and that's because my son is standing here and making my brain kind of all over the place. If it is something you disputed, one thing you disputed, and it came off, and it came back on, it does not matter if it was the entire thing or just the part of it. It's whatever you disputed. So if it was a late payment and it came off and went back on, that's a violation if they didn't notify you. In your right, section 611. If it's an entire account, then it's an entire account. When you are taking care of clients, let's say you're doing a CFPB complaints from 304, what percentage of accounts would you say that usually takes care of? So every single file is different. Some of them I make a ton of CFPB complaints and nothing whatsoever happens. Some I make CFPB complaints and a lot of them comes off. I mean, it's kind of just like wishful thinking. You know, with the new it's not even new anymore. We're like almost done with his administration. But under Trump, there's a new head of the CFPB. Frankie, stop. With Trump, there's a new head of the CFPB, and because of that, there are actually for creditor than for consumer, and so they're not really out there to help you anymore. I would have to say that it's less CFPB and more now just become a pain in the ass with like the squeaky wheel method. So I wouldn't really put all the and of course I'm not going to forget anybody who got upgrades or anything like that. So I really wouldn't put that much dependence on the CFPB because it's just really as simple as it might come off and it might not. I mean, all it is just complaining about something, you know. I mean, someone had the audacity to submit a complaint about me from 2 years ago, like literally from 2 years ago. All it did was annoy me. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, some dude who like jerked me for my services and then had the audacity to, you know, make a CFPB complaint about me. So if that just annoyed me and I didn't do anything, all I did was click not, you know, closed, no relief, then what do you think stop? What do you think the bureaus do with your stuff? They don't do anything. They don't care. All right. Jesus. All right, guys. I am going to, yeah. As you can see, it's getting a little bit rough here. That is basically it. There's a ton of other stuff in here, but like I said, if you have questions, please, you need to go through this stuff. I put it together for you. If you have any questions about it, please let me know. This is actually directly from section 2 of my course. And yes, will there be a replay link? It should. It definitely should be on here once YouTube is done, whatever you want to call it. Once it's done processing this, it should turn it into a recorded video, and then I will go and plop it over onto the website with the other stuff, okay? Nope, don't worry about it. Okay, so that is it. My kids are starting to get into my business stuff and go into the refrigerator and all that kind of stuff. Nope, give it to me. So I'm going to end this. I apologize if I did not go over something that you wanted me to. And you're welcome. Yeah. All right, guys. That is it. Have a wonderful weekend. Like I said, upgrades go out tonight and tomorrow for anything that I haven't already done. And besides that, you guys just let me know if you need any help. I will be posting another video for you guys. Anything that you have a question, let me know. Send me an email, and anything else that I can do for you, you just let me know, because I needed this to be a lot better than it was, and my brain was all over the place. So that's why I am providing what I am and extending my help to you guys, because I wanted it to obviously be worth it. All right, so that is it. Have a great one. I am going to click on end stream now and go put ice cream in my kids' mouths. And you have a wonderful evening. Bye. I'm ending the stream now.
Hi, welcome to the free inquiry removal webinar. Now, because this is recorded and you can rewatch, replay at any time, I'm not going to wait for anybody to show up because this is not live. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the different ways that you can dispute and remove your inquiries without having to pay anybody else and keep that money in your pocket, basically. This is not for beginners, but it's also not super advanced. So this should be for everybody. So we're going to jump right in. All right, so let's jump right in, deleting your inquiries for free. So there's a couple different methods that we're going to go over, okay? And I'm not saying that I condone all of them or that they all work. We're just looking at what's available, okay? Now, there are things that we are not going to go over, like coding and different softwares that are not the regular known ones, because there are other methods out there, but they're not available to everybody. So that's why we're not going over them. So we have what many people use, identity theft. Now, this is using section 605B in a police report. A lot of you are already familiar with that. And then we have disputing online via any of the sites that allow you to dispute your credit report, like Credit Karma, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. And then by calling each respective bureau to dispute. Now, some of the times you can actually not do it this way. It depends on who you get on the phone with, and you have to realize that things are changing all the time. So just because you were able to do it 5 years ago does not mean that you can do it now. All right. And then obviously sending non-identity theft letters to the bureaus to remove them, and then directly disputing with the creditors. Okay, so this may seem basic, but some of you actually don't know this, so this is why we're going over when does it happen? When does an inquiry occur? So this will be either when you go for a new job, and I did split up employment and new job because employment can be even if you're contracted with the Army, or literally just with another, you're contracted for a company, child support or court order, collections or reevaluation of credit. And this is the one that is happening right now, reevaluation of credit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go and check out my most recent videos. New credit application, obviously, business, and then number 6, like I said, I split it up, new job, okay? And how much do they hurt me? So inquiries stay on for 2 years unless they are business related. Business related ones will remain for longer than that. And each of them can drop your score 3 to 5 points. And this is each, not in total, but each. So if you have 20 inquiries that, pop up because you went to, get a vehicle or whatever, then, if you put more than 30 days in between, then each of those are going to hurt you 3 to 5 points. It makes up 10% of your credit score. Now, this is one of the reasons that I do not do inquiries, nor do I want to do inquiries. Your payment history is 35%. The second most important thing is your available credit, which is 30%. So those are much more important than inquiries, and which is, like I said, one of the reasons why I don't do them. And then one of the things that you should know is that if it's auto or mortgage related, they only count as one against your score if it's within a 30-day period. And this will depend on the FICO model that that's being used, because the FICO 98 is different than the FICO 08. Okay, so it may be a 45-day period, but just to be safe, you should tell yourself 30 days. Now, what this means is that they're not going to disappear from your credit. It's just that with your score, when it's calculated, they're only going to hurt 3 to 5 points in total versus 3 to 5 points each if it's within a 30-day period. Now, of course, you may be wondering why I'm giving you this information, right? So let me just lay it out like this. It costs too much, right? Let's just calculate. It's 50 cents per stamp. And the best way to do this is by disputing directly with the creditors. So if it's 50 cents per stamp plus other expenses such as envelopes, paper, ink, and my time, just look at the outcome. You don't get a lot of bang for your buck, right? Inquiries are only 10% of your score, like I said, versus other elements such as payment history, which is 35%, and utilization, which is 30%. So by removing those other elements of your account, like late payments and charge-offs, that's like 240 points versus 3 to 5 points. So the math just doesn't equate, right? And unfortunately, a lot of the time, it's a shot in the dark. If you compare the probability of removal between inaccurate accounts and inquiries, your probability of removal for accounts is drastically higher than that of an inquiry. You see, the most important thing that you should know is where to pull your credit report from. It's not what's the best method, it's the best information, all right? Because this is one of the most asked questions that I always have. Where do I pull my credit report from? And here's the answer: Identity IQ. If you're my client, you already know this. Okay, so speaking of clients, I have all of my clients pull their credit reports through IDIQ. And I found after 6 years of A/B testing that we get the best results because of all the information it shows, right? So you will actually find all the creditor names and addresses listed at the bottom, and I'm actually going to show you. And you are free to use whatever you wish. I'm not forcing anything on you, but you'll want to see all of your inquiries listed, which bureau they report on, and the names and addresses for each. And you can actually click right on this blue right here. It says sign up here, $21.99 a month. It'll save you $8 per month, which equates to $100 in a year. Okay, so let's go over and look at the next one. All right, so the very top image is what it looks like, listing all of the inquiries. All the way over on the right, you see what bureau. Next to that, going to the left, you see the date of the inquiry. Going to the left of that, the type, right? Like variety store, bank, credit card, bank, finance, personal, et cetera, auto financing. And then all the way to the left, you're going to see the actual name, right? So we have Macy's, Barclays, all that kind of stuff. Now, the second image on the bottom is the creditor information. So if I was looking for Capital One Auto Finance to go with the Capital One Auto Finance inquiry, I would look at the creditor information. It has their name, their address, and their phone number. So I don't have to go look it up online. You'll find that many credit monitoring sites do not have all this information, all right? So I recommend signing up for Identity IQ. Once again, you can use whatever you want, but if you want the best results, you need the best info. Okay, so if we look at the identity theft method first, as I'm sure you're well aware, you use 605B, as in section 605B, to remove your negative items, right? Whether that is an inquiry or an account or a bankruptcy, whatever. Okay, so anything that is related to identity theft. And I'm talking about where someone actually stole your information, your identification, whatever it is, and they did not have the authorization to do so. So you send out your 605B letter, all right? It is going to include a police report, not an online police report, but you physically went in and stated, hey, look, I'm a victim of identity theft, and all of these accounts that are listed on here are related to this, okay? If your accounts are not listed on your police report, they cannot be listed in an identity theft in the identity theft letter. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what to call it. So I will let you know that if you do a false police report, it is a C felony, okay? I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to say that I have leverage over you or anything like that. I'm just saying it's a C felony. Do not do it if it is not true, okay? After the police report, you must also include an affidavit, okay? And once again, this is also something you don't want to do. Do not fill this out and include it if it is not true, because at the end of it, you are swearing that all this information is correct and true to the best of my knowledge, right? And that's perjury if it's not true. That's a year in prison. All right, so let's just move past that, and we're just going to pretend like everything is legit, right? The 605B letter is something that you should be using. You're going to include inquiries that are actually, from a fraudulent event. The police report is not false. The affidavit is true. And you're going to put all of this stuff with your letter and send it to the credit bureaus, okay? And the only reason they would remove an inquiry if it is for fraud. Otherwise, you're just going to be told that it's a matter of record and that they're not going to do anything about it. So I will be showing you very simply what you can do to kind of help you in this situation, whether you are disputing with them for a non-fraudulent event or for fraud. Okay, so the next thing after that would be disputing with the creditor. Okay, and this is the main avenue for disputing inquiries. If this does not work, you can then go to the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. All right. If it is truly, please listen to my words. If it is truly identity theft, that's why it says fact, you can utilize the CFPB complaints. If it is not, do not go any further. Do not do CFPB complaints or any other complaints. Okay. So the very last step to this would be other complaints. BBB, Attorney General, I don't know why it says AF, but that's supposed to be AG, et cetera, okay? So do not do it if it's not actual fraud. I cannot emphasize that enough, okay? That is basically the way that the identity theft method works. All right, so when it works, this means you're an actual victim of identity theft and you are able to prove with documentation, travel docs, email statements, complaints, communication, etc. When it doesn't work is when there's, it's real, but there's no proof. I see this all the time. Someone tells me, because obviously I have no way of knowing for sure, oh, I'm an actual victim, yada, yada, but I have no proof. I've got nothing at all whatsoever that proves that I am, okay? So if you are not an actual victim, it's not going to work for you. Now, see, it used to years ago, but millions of people utilize this method when they were not supposed to, because it is only for victims of identity theft. You see, they're supposed to actually remove all your negative items that are included in the identity theft report within 4 business days. This is why millions of people used it when they were not supposed to. However, because of that, now for real victims, it doesn't really work anymore. All right. So now if it does, the pros of it would be that you may possibly, it may be possibly faster, but in this current economy and situation, it may be the same time frame as a non-identity theft dispute, right? And then of course the cons is that this method is used when it shouldn't be. It can block you from future disputes. Let's just look at this with common sense. It is very difficult to first say, oh, I'm a victim of fraud, and then say, oh, it's mine, but it's just that, whatever the dispute reason is, it was unauthorized, I didn't know about it, it's not mine, et cetera, okay? So creditors will also see you as a risk if you have a fraud alert. So there's many different layers of this, and that's why I'm giving all this information. So when it comes to online disputes, these are the type that you can use or do. So we have an example for Credit Karma, Direct Bureau site, and then Experian. So let's look at something similar to Credit Karma. And I say similar to because there's many sites and places that you can do an online dispute. But using Credit Karma for the obvious reason that everybody knows Credit Karma, and most disputes are done online with them because they make it so easy, right? So the bureaus make it really simple to make an online dispute because your electronic submission directly goes into their eOscar system. Did you know that? Probably not. You don't even know that you're giving up your rights under Section 611 and 623. So having said that, you can dispute your inquiries online, including sites like Credit Karma, but you want to choose the reason for unauthorized, not mine. I mean, unless that's actually true, but unauthorized. Okay. So if you're not familiar with Section 611 or 623, what it basically comes down to is that you are giving up your rights to, number one, sue them, meaning the bureaus or the creditors, and number two, that the bureaus don't have to send over any relevant documentation that you include, so don't bother. And number three, that when it comes back and it's not in your favor, that you're not going to do anything about it. Now, the reason I'm even telling you about online disputes is because the only thing that you can dispute online, the only thing you can dispute online is going to be inquiries. Don't bother with your accounts. Okay, I'm not going to go that far into why and all that kind of stuff. Just take my word for it. If you don't believe me, look it up. Okay, so when it comes to your accounts, it is very highly unadvisable that you do it online. However, once again, with inquiries, because there's not that much damage that you can do with inquiries, you can dispute them online. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just a shot in the dark, okay? So now if you want to dispute them directly with the bureaus, you can do this with TransUnion and Equifax only. So it's transunion.com and Equifax.com, but that's kind of like disputing with Credit Karma, right? So you would go, and I'm not going to explain how to do it. There's other videos on how to do this. If you go back maybe 3 years or so in my videos, you would go and start your online dispute, go and find your inquiries and dispute them. Once again, your reason would be unauthorized. So you're not going through a third-party site like Credit Check Total or Credit Karma. This is a direct bureau. Okay, so the one that you cannot do online is going to be Experian. Experian is the most difficult to deal with. I don't know why. I don't know what their issue is, but it is what it is. You just have to deal with it. You have to find ways around it, and you just have to keep going, all right? So if you are going to dispute online, you cannot do it with Experian. Now, you can do phone disputes. However, most of the time, you're really not going to get anywhere. So I don't, especially now in the current situation that we're dealing with, I don't recommend wasting 3 hours of your life sitting on the phone to be told that you can't do it. It did work maybe a couple of years ago, like 5-6 years ago, but now it's just an absolute waste of time. Okay, so no phone disputes. I didn't even make a slide for it. That's how worthless it is. Okay. Okay, so if you want to know what the smoking gun is, you're going to want to stay till the end because I don't want you to miss it. So when I do inquiries, I'm going to show you what I actually use, okay? So now you're going to want to know what your letters should look like. So you're going to be able to access these very simply by clicking on the link that you find with this. It'll also be emailed to you so that you can actually read through these. Now this is directly from my course, and you don't need to use any templates, but this is just how to dispute via mail. Okay, so we've already gone over unauthorized inquiry disputes, right? We already went over online. We already talked about the phone. We already talked about all that stuff. And this is just how you would categorize and write your disputes, okay? So you don't really have to put a re on there, unauthorized inquiries, but you can if you would like to. That's completely fine. The entire point is that you are letting the bureaus know, hey, look, even though I know you're going to say that this is a matter of record, even though I know you're not going to do anything, I am disputing this because it's on my credit report and you are in charge of my credit report. Where the heck is the proof? Because a lot of the times they're not going to have any proof, okay? So this is a round 2 inquiry dispute. Once again, this is going to the bureaus. I'm going to show you as well what you would write to the creditors. All right, so then we have a round 3. This is my last and final letter to your non-compliant company, blah, blah, blah. Now, this follows very, very simple, like a FCRA standard letter, okay? Now, the only reason I'm showing you this once again is because it is a guide on understanding how you can dispute inquiries if you have no idea what you're doing. Now, I don't recommend actually using these because I do not want you sending out any templates. But what I want you to do is to study this information, right? And to consume it and then to turn it into your own letter. Okay, so this is how I write my letter. First, I have to let them know why I'm disputing this, what I'm disputing, and then, obviously what I want to happen. The same as factual disputes and the same way that you write simple letters. Okay, so then we have inquiry dispute to the creditor. The creditor is the one that's going to get the negative item deleted, okay? Once again, the creditor is the one that's going to delete it. And yes, you can sue them, okay? You can sue the creditors. You can sue the bureaus. You can sue whoever the heck you want to, all right? So now, as far as putting in laws and all of that, you really, really, really do not need to do that. But if you want to, that's okay. You can do that. However, once again, I recommend that you do a regular factual dispute, ask for the authorization. Where's the proof? Where's my signature? I know you don't have it. And bottom line is, get it off my credit report. It is as simple as that. There's nothing more to it. This would be an example of an identity theft letter. Now, most of the time when it comes to something such as identity theft, you can use a template just so that you're ensuring that everything that's required is going to be there. However, this is as simple as stating that you're a victim of identity theft, the section that goes with it, because there's very specific things that you want to say in this letter, and whatever else is relevant, such as I was on a cruise, I was in Germany, the inquiries listed after X date were not initiated by me, I lost my entire purse, my wallet, inside of it was my social, my cards, my license. You do want to say that you obtained a police report that lists, the inquiries or accounts or whatever it is that you're disputing as fraud related, and have included it with your letter, affidavit, and identification. And then this is the way that you would list them. And I do have accounts and inquiries on here just because I was going to make this example between inquiries and accounts. But anywho, that do not belong to me, creditor name, inquiry date, which you would of course take directly from your credit report. This inquiry must be deleted or removed within 4 business days pursuant to 605B due to identity theft. You write however many of them are on there, and then I would like to see a new report that reflects that this info was deleted for fraud. Thank you, your name. You must, and I've already said this, but you must include all of the inquiries that were included in the fraud on the police report. If they are not on there, you're going to be in a world of, or not trouble, but you're gonna have issues, okay? You don't wanna have issues. So why don't you just do it the right way the first time and get it over with? Okay, so credit bureaus continued. So once again, if it's not due to fraud, don't bother disputing with the credit bureaus. They will simply tell you that it's a matter of record. So you do not dispute any inquiries that are attached to accounts, or they will be closed. So what this means is that if you have an account with Capital One that also has an inquiry from you applying for it, do not dispute it. They will close the account. If you also have an inquiry from Cap One that was, done for a different card, or it was a different week prior, I recommend that you do not dispute it. They will consider it fraud and will close your account. Okay, please do not do it. Now, one of the things that's going to help you is if you block or you suppress SageStream. Okay, so before you do anything with inquiries, this is inquiries only, my recommendation is to block or suppress SageStream. So this is where inquiries are verified. If you do dispute with the bureaus and they perform an actual investigation, which most of the time they won't, they will simply check with SageStream to see if they are valid or not. It's a very, very simple tactic. Okay, so before we get to the smoking gun, this is the last section. Okay, so these are my finishing thoughts, and it is very, very important. Number one, the longer you dispute, the harder it is. And no, I'm not all about giving bad news, because the good news is that you can remove anything except for child support off your credit report, right? But you have to respect the person that in a time like this, that they're not going to play with your emotions. They're not going to, sugarcoat stuff and make things what they're not. That's not me. That is not me. I'm not going to tell you that things are overnight. I'm not going to tell you that, in 30 days, all your negative items, whatever they are going to fall off. No, this is really, really hard work, and anything worth having is going to be difficult. It's going to be a process, okay? But it's a life-changing process. And slow doesn't mean that nothing's. The bureaus can't speak for the creditor's money. That also includes inquiries. Now, inquiries don't cost money per se. I mean, it does cost for their system, and they do have to buy that information from the bureaus, but it's a little bit different than the accounts. All I'm saying is that they are not the ones that remove the negative items. It's the creditors, and the bureaus cannot speak for the creditors, just as I can't speak for the bureaus, and neither can you. So if anybody ever guarantees you anything, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because they can't speak for someone else. They can't speak for someone else's money. So watch out for the person that tells you exactly what you want to hear, because all they're doing is mirroring what you are telling them, okay? If you get on the phone with someone, do not tell them what you want. You want to find out what their program is like. And this doesn't just go for credit, right? Because obviously if you need help, come to me, okay? I'm talking about anything. Do not tell people what you're looking for, because all they're going to do is mirror what you said you want. And guess what? That's the program you're going to get, but on paper, right? It's not going to exist, because you can't speak for someone else, okay? You can't speak for your husband. You can't speak for your wife. You can't speak for your children, okay? And the process is slow right now, but slow doesn't mean that nothing's happening, okay? And use the correct methods and reasons. This is the number one reason that people don't get results, because they don't understand what they're using. They don't understand what they're saying, and they don't understand what they're sending. Okay, and 10% isn't a lot. 10% of your credit score, okay, what makes up your credit score, the whole FICO breakdown and all that, 10% of that is your credit inquiries, okay? After 12 months, they don't even hurt you. They're only 3 to 5 points each, all right? 10% is not a lot, so don't freak out about your inquiries. I have a lot of people that come to me and they're like, oh, I have 100 inquiries in total and blah, blah, blah. Most of the time I tell them, hey, look, unless you want to pay $1,500 to $2,800 or more, you should probably do this yourself or do nothing at all and just sit on them for 2 years. While that may seem like a long time, is it worth $3,000 to you or more? I mean, I know a company right off the top of my head that would charge you $5,000 for 100 inquiries. Okay. So you have to understand that there should be a fair exchange between what you are paying and what you are getting. If there is not, then you shouldn't be doing it. And identity IQ will take you to the promised land. What I mean by that is that it's not like a flying carpet. It's not going to literally pick you up and take you there, but it will give you the information that you need to get off whatever the heck it is that you are disputing. In this case, it will be inquiries, okay? And you have to understand the process. If you don't understand the process, you're not going to get anywhere. You will not succeed. So many people, I don't even want to tell you about a conversation I had yesterday, but so many people think that this is an overnight process. Like, who said that? Where are you getting this information from? It doesn't exist. It does not exist, and you don't want to put yourself in that position. You're a grown-ass adult, okay? And if you can, calculate 1 + 1, then you should be able to figure using common sense that you can't force people to do anything. All right. I mean, right now, everything is slow. The banks, transactions, applications, letters, deliveries, online orders, processes, even going to the ATM, going to McDonald's, going to Walmart, standing in line to get into Costco, getting on the phone. Everything is a slow process right now because nothing is normal. And even when it is normal, there's still a process. So just imagine. I mean, there's people out there that had perfect credit and were never late, and they can't even get money right now. They can't even get credit. Credit card companies are literally closing accounts. So where do you get that things are going to be quick for you? You get what I'm saying? So you have to understand the process. And when you understand the process, you can move forward. And this is my smoking gun. Some of you may already know it, but this is using an unauthorized inquiry dispute directly to the credit bureaus. Okay. Now you can also send this to the creditor. So instead of the credit bureau and their address, you would put the creditor. All right. So very simply, the FCRA states that the only permissible purpose for pulling someone's credit report is, and this is directly from section 604 of the FCRA, firm offer of credit. A firm offer of credit, insurance, a court order, and employment. I recently pulled a copy of my credit report and noticed inquiries that I did not authorize and do not fit A, B, C, or D above. And then you put the creditor name and a date of inquiry. Please remove these inquiries from my credit report as they were not authorized. Your name. Okay, so let's just break this down. Section 604 states the permissible purposes for pulling someone's credit report, right? Firm offer of credit, insurance, a court order, and employment. A firm offer of credit means that you are going to get that account, which means that there would be no inquiries on your credit report that are not attached to accounts. This is the smoking gun. This is the smoking gun. All right. So you can ask for proof all you want. You can, whatever, but this is the way that I get most of my inquiries removed. All right. This is the way. So there it is, guys. All right. So if you need my assistance, my name is Kristen Vargas. I'm the CEO and founder of Expert Credit Suites. There is my email address, kristen@expertcreditsuites.com. You can schedule an appointment with me, not for inquiries, obviously, but if you would like to remove the negative items from your credit report once and for all, permanently, not overnight, using realistic expectations and being mentally prepared, then please go schedule that call, because right now there's tons of people that are willing to get into your pocket and mirror and give you exactly what you're looking for, but it's not going to exist. And I don't sugarcoat anything. So if you want to get to that mortgage, get to, that vehicle that you want, or that new job that you want, or whatever, the things that you actually need, then I am the one that can get you there. Okay. Right now it is imperative to have good credit. If you don't have it, you're not going to be able to fall back on things. And guess what? Like I said, creditors are closing accounts. They're closing accounts. They're lowering limits because you are risky to them. And even if you are not risky to them, you might have the credit card that's just sitting there collecting dust, and that is not profitable for them or to them. So they are going to close that account. All right. And I can help you with all of these things. You're at a 500 score and need a 740. Fine. Give me a call. Do you not have any credit? You only have negative credit? Okay, fine. Give me a call. All right. So you can obviously see my Facebook at Expert Credit Suites right there. And if you are looking for do-it-yourself stuff, then you can go to services.vargasconsultingworks.com. All right. Whatever it is, you can drop me a line. If I see it, I will reply. If not, you can schedule a call with me for me to take over your file. I do not give free advice. It is on my time. I give free information, like I said, but when I have the time, and I make it for everybody by popular demand. I cannot give free advice one-on-one. All right. So to maximize my time, that is why I create the videos that I do, because they have been requested, or they are a majority based on things that are asked on my YouTube comments or whatever. All right. So I appreciate you staying till the end. Hopefully you didn't just skip through, but that is it from me to you. This was the free inquiry webinar, and I hope you actually took something away from this. And that is it. All right, so if you have student loans, then this is probably the video that you want to watch, because I've gotten so many requests about student loans lately and getting rid of them from a credit report. So that is why we're going over this entire mini course. And yes, not just the parts of it, but the actual entire course. Okay, so that is what I'm giving you tonight. We are going over this, and it starts now. So here's the deal. Student loans can literally be the difference between getting a mortgage, credit card, vehicle, blah, 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 and having to settle for waiting and wanting, right? And what's worse is that you're usually dealing with federal student loans, right? We have U.S. Department of Education, we have Sallie Mae, we have Nelnet, Navient, all those, and they are extremely difficult. And guess what? They are even more difficult than private loans and regular charge-offs. And this normally means waiting longer, and a lot of consumers don't even get them removed. Like, seriously, if you don't do it the right way, they are most definitely not going anywhere. So in this mini course, we are going to cover how to correct the late payments on the student loans to update the account to reflect 0 late payments. Yep, you heard me. Update it like it's freaking magic. How to remove the entire student loan account by disputing the late payment history. The reason why student loan accounts virtually always report late payments beginning at 90 days, and why this is something you can dispute. We're also going to go over an example student loan account, dispute reasons for updating and for removing, how to handle student loan collections, as I've already mentioned, U.S. Department of Education, and what to do when the bureaus verify the accounts as accurate. And this part is very, 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 very important. All right, so let's get to it. So I'm going to go to the next page, and before we get started, you can look at the top of your screen for a link if you want me to do this for you, because yes, there's a ton involved in this. And again, if you don't do it the right way, you are not going to get them removed. Okay. So you would very simply go to my740.com. There's a bunch of other links down in the description, but we're not going to talk about this right now, because the first thing I want you to do is smash that like and let me know, as well as Google to let other people know that you like this video, so that it can grow and go and everyone else can see it. Okay. So anyways, let's get to this. This part is a little bit of a flashcard type scenario, okay? So we're going to use these cards to learn how to determine whether to update or remove the account, okay? So here's the scenario. The account is paid and is older than all other accounts. This is what we're going to do. We're going to leave the account. Why? You do not want to change scorecards. If you don't know what that is, I might have another video about it, and if not, I'll make one. And you also do not want to change the total length of credit history, as well as your average length, right? So to leave this account and try to clean it up, dispute the oldest late payment that you can see in an attempt to get them to remove the late payment history for failure to legally verify. All right, so number 2, the account is unpaid and the oldest account on the credit file. So this is what we're going to do. Because the account is unpaid, normally you would remove it. However, because it's the oldest account on the credit file, you will need to decide if removing it will jeopardize the credit score by removing it, okay? If you decide to dispute it for removal, my recommendation would be, again, to go after the late payment history. You can do this by attacking the first date of delinquency. Now, as I mentioned, they normally do 90-day late payments. So if there's no 30 or 60-day lates prior to that, then your reason is actually going to be for removal. It would be delete this account, because there's obviously no 30 or 60-day late payments. You can't just report me on time 90. Or to update it, you're going to say update this because for the same reason. Other regular charge-off reasons, such as date less active, date less paid, etc., going down the high impact hierarchy. And if you decide to leave the account and dispute the late payment history to clean it up, and yes, I do see a typo, 𝗥𝗲𝗹, dispute the late payment history as inaccurate, or inconsistent between the three bureaus with proof on the credit report, if this is true, in an attempt to clean up some of the late payments. And yes, it's like magic, okay? The account shows 90-day late payments without 30 or 60 days late and are less than 6 or 7 sets of consecutive late payments, and there are positive payments after the late. Account is not currently late. What we're going to do is you can normally dispute this for update or correction, right? You'll see this in the video later on, and yes, I am actually going to pause this, include that video, and then end this video, okay? So to do this, you're going to dispute the 90-day late as inaccurate because there shouldn't be 30 or 60-day late prior to the 90-day late payments, right? And for consecutive lates, choose one of the lates, preferably the oldest, and ask for the late payment history to be removed for inaccuracy. Now, you may alternately choose to go after each late payment separately to increase the chance of correction, all right? So the next one, the account ends in late payment. There's no on-time payments after the late, and or the account has been sent to collections and or has been transferred or sold to a collection agency for the unpaid balance, right? So you're actually going to have to remove this. There is no way to update an account that ends in late payments because the status 120 days late, 90 days late, charge off, transferred or sold, etc. will not change regardless of the late payment history. And you can do this in a few ways. Dispute the late payments as mentioned before, but ask for deletion for inaccuracy instead of correction. Or you could treat it as a charge off and go after the date last active, the date last paid, so on and so forth. All right, so card number 5, the account is unpaid and is not older than the other accounts and reports 6+ late payments, like, I don't know, 90 to 180 days late. Obviously, we're going to have to remove this. So it's more than likely the best option to delete this account because the payment history on the account will not change and more than likely will not result in a credit score increase. But having said that, you also need to look at your numbers. You need to look at your amount of history. You need to look at everything because so many people just dispute whatever because the account is negative, and you don't want to do that. You need to know exactly what you're doing or else you're going to screw up your credit and your score. Okay, so the account was paid and is not older than the other accounts and reports 6+ late payments, or the status is harmful, right? We are going to remove the account. More than likely not going to decrease the credit score. The account's charged off, sold, or transferred due to unpaid balance, currently late without any plan to pay, etc. Delete it. Go after late as described earlier, charge off reasons, date last active, date last paid, notice of dispute, payment history, etc. And unfortunately, again, there's no way to correct this without paying. The account reports a handful of 30 to 60-day late payments and does not end in late payments. What do you think? Okay, well, if you guessed it, we are going to try to correct this by forcing them to verify the lates. And you can do this by first asking for correction of the inaccurate lates because you were not late on those dates. I don't care if you were or you were not. It all comes down to inaccurate reporting. This works because the only way to legally verify late payments is for the bank to furnish their bank statement copies. They won't do that. If that does not work, you can also challenge for failure to investigate because they would otherwise be able to furnish documentation, obviously. And you can dispute the oldest lates to make it harder for them to verify. You can go after each notice of dispute if they fail to mark the account as disputed within 30 days. And you want to check to see if all 3 bureaus report the same info. All right, so we're going to go on. So you may be wondering why these accounts report 90-day late payments without prior 30 or 60-day lates. Some even report 120-day late without prior late payment. So the reason you'll find is because some of these creditors, specifically Navient, do not report the consumer as late until they're 90 days late. So if you look at this logically, it means the payment history is inaccurate, right? The payment history is not accurate. If it's okay, 90. Obviously, it's missing 30 and 60. The payment history is not accurate if it's okay, 120 days late. It's missing 30 through 120 days late. The payment history should report okay, 30, 60, 90. One way to look at this is if the account was reported as okay, 90, it means that the 2 okay payments are inaccurate. And you can use this to update the account to reflect okay, as in on time. I have only encountered 2 times in 7 years where the bureaus updated the account to reflect the true late payments. Now, look at this logically. Just because you do not report the consumer as late until 90 days. It does not mean it's accurate per FCRA regulations of reporting, and for that reason, the payment history should be updated to reflect 0 late payments. Now, here are a couple of dispute reasons. To update, remove the 90-day late payment on date for inaccuracy because there are no prior 30 or 60-day late payments. Another one for updating, remove the late payment history for inaccuracy on date because I paid on time. And then we have 4 for removal. Delete this account because the late payment on date shows 90 days late without 30 or 60 late payments. I was not late on date. Delete this account for inaccuracy. Delete this account because all 3 bureaus report different payment history dates between date to date. And delete the account for violation because the notice of dispute was not entered within the required 30-day time frame. All right. They are required pursuant to section 623 to enter the required notice of dispute, and if not, it is a violation. And you would find this in the comment section. So treat as a charge-off. You can treat the collection as a charge-off. And this means we'll want to dispute using the pyramid method and go after date less active, date less paid, payment history, notice of dispute, activity after the close date, etc. So for disputing late payments, you can dispute the date of first delinquency, activity after the close date or after the account was charged off, inconsistent late payments between 3 credit bureaus, and go after violations, notice of dispute, failure to report accurate late payment history after notification of inaccuracy, activity after the account was closed. And this is a video that I am going to put inside of this one more towards the end though, okay? So it's 2 minutes and 53 seconds and you're definitely going to want to watch this. All right, so let's skip past this for right now and we're going to go to this part. So what do you do when the bureaus verify the accounts as accurate? So many consumers just give up instead of trekking on and using a new dispute reason, which is exactly what you're supposed to. Use the new dispute reason, not give up. You need to understand that the bureaus are there to stop you from disputing by frustrating you, stalling you, scaring you, and by using their #1 method, which also just happens to be free, which is ignoring you. Your accounts are going to be verified as accurate until they are removed. And if you don't understand this part, then you're probably not going to get them removed. This means when they tell you they didn't understand the nature of your dispute, you didn't submit identification that was clearly submitted with the dispute letter, when they tell you they will not reinvestigate without new and relevant information, there's only one thing for you to do. Find the next best dispute reason using the pyramid method, going down the hierarchy, and send in a new dispute. While this sounds simple, trust and believe it's not, and so many consumers fall victim to this. As long as you're using factual disputes and submit 1 reason per account per letter and maintain being patient, use the right reasons and inaccuracies and violations, you'll remove or correct the account if it is possible to remove it. Because remember, I say if because some accounts just can't come off and there's no way to force them to do anything. Even if you take them to court, you have to win to force them, obviously. All you can do is use what you have available to you and at your disposal to achieve the best result possible, right? So writing a dispute letter does not have to be difficult, but it does need to include the required information to ensure you actually get an investigation that results in a correction or deletion, right? And keep in mind that the bureaus have one job. Again, reject, deny, frustrate. So when you're disputing very difficult accounts like student loans, remember that there will be multiple rounds of disputes. There's no shortcut to getting permanent results. So I am going to consider giving you the link to this so that you can watch the video instead of actually putting it in with this video, as well as the link to this. I may or may not include this because this is actually a paid product that I have. But you're going to, of course, have your personal information in the header, right? You're going to have the date, the bureaus. Your first paragraph does need to answer the reason why you're sending the letter, what you want them to do, and optionally ask for a new report, okay? So the opening paragraph, you want to include all of this. It has to all be in there. If it's relevant, you can include your previous attempts, like, I'm not sure how you verified last month, but ... And the key to removing your accounts has nothing to do with the text body and everything to do with the dispute reasons listed on the account, all right? So, for example, Navient account number 2009120654003803. The late payment history shows a 90-day late payment, but no 30 or 60-day late payment exists prior to that. Please remove this account, this inaccurate late payment of 90 days on 8/2018 for inaccuracy. Okay. And then, thank you for your attention and your name. You do want to include your ID, your SSN card, and your proof of address. In case you didn't know, I have a very specific formula that I use for my dispute reasons, regardless of whether it's for a student loan, whether it's for a collection, a late payment, whatever. So this is how you write disputed account section: creditor name and account number, like capital 1, account number 517-805, and then dispute formula is action, justifier, element, reason, outcome. So action is like delete or remove or correct or update what you're disputing, like the date last active, the reason why you're disputing it, such as 3 different dates on each bureau, the justifier because, and optionally for a late payment, like an outcome, like update the account to paid as agreed, never late. When you put it all together, it's actually really, really simple. Delete this account because the date last active shows 3 different dates on each bureau. Correct the late payments on this account because I was not 90 days late on 2/2018, and update to paid, never late for inaccuracy. And then again, remember to include your identification. Okay, so now it's quiz time. What's the best way to dispute a private, unpaid, charged off student loan? And hint, you are disputing for removal. So is it number 1, dispute their lack of a contract? There's no way in hell they'll be able to furnish it. Number 2, dispute the balance. I mean, it's charged off. There should not be a balance on a charge off. Or is it number 3? And I do want you to put your answer down in the comments. Check for blatant inaccuracies. 2, if none exist, go down the hierarchy for charge-offs. A, check the date last active. Are there different dates, months and years? Dispute this as inaccurate and ask for deletion. B, if the dates are the same or virtually the same, check the date last paid and follow the same procedure. 3, the dates are the same or virtually the same, check the payment history. A, are there late payments or any activity, even CO, such as charge off in the late payment history after the account was charged off? Unless it is an actual payment, there should not be any activity after the account was closed. If so, dispute the inaccuracy for deletion. B, if not, find the oldest late payment and dispute it as inaccurate and ask for deletion. Obviously, it's the third one, right? Okay. And yes, this is correct. You want to treat the account as a charge-off and follow the hierarchy and pyramid method when dealing with private student loans. Okay, so your goal is to remove a federal student loan. The loan reflects 90 to 180 day late payments in multiple sections of the payment history going back 5 years. The account has a balance of $80,000. High balance is $52,426. Past due is 0, 63,422, and 62,100. What is the best dispute flow for this account, assuming the account information does not change? Is it number 1, the best way to remove federal student loans is to dispute the lack of contract? 2, payment history, late payment should not start at 90 days. 2, past due, reported inconsistently. 3, go down the hierarchy, date less active, etc. Or is it 3, high balance is less than the current balance of $80,000. 2, past due is 3 different figures. 3, late payment history is missing 30 and 60-day late payments. Now, technically, we could possibly go with 2, but we're actually going to go with 3. So the high balance is lower than the current balance of $80,000. High balance is the highest balance that account ever had. Next, there are 3 different figures for the past due. These are blatant inaccuracies and are always disputed first. Okay, so we're going to drag the words into the correct boxes. The best method to update late payments to reflect 0 late when the late payments begin at 90 days and the account does not end in late payments and there are less than 6 lates is to dispute the blank. Blank are notorious for reporting late payments inaccurately and normally do not list the consumer as late until the 3rd month. It is advisable to dispute the blank as inaccurate as I was not late on date to increase chances of removing the late payments. It is not advisable to dispute more than blank for correction because the likelihood of correction is slim. Instead, you'll need to determine if deleting the account will be best or if leaving it on the credit report because of its age would be best. So let's go fill this in. We're going to say Navient and Nelnet for this one. And when the late payments begin at 90 days and the account does not end in late payments and there are less than 6, so we're going to go with oldest late payment. dispute the blank as inaccurate. Actually, I think it's this way first. Then we're going to do 6+ late payments down here and missing 30 and 60 days up here. There we go. Okay, so let's go to the last part, and this is very simply where if you need help, these are the contacts, and I'm going to figure out if I can stick the other video at the end of this, and if I can, I will, and if I can't, I apologize. But I already gave you all of the information directly from my paid student loan mini course. All right, so if you need to remove these accounts on your credit report, it's really simple. You need to dispute them correctly. You need to be patient. You need to use factual disputes. You need to use a credit sweep. You cannot use templates. Don't dispute online. Don't make phone disputes, and don't use identity theft, right? That was a lot of don'ts, but the do to this is do it the right way. If you need help doing that, go to my740.com. All right, I'm going to see if I can stick that other video on here, and if I can, like I said, I will, and if I can't... You want to remove a student loan, all you have to do is look at the payment history. So it doesn't matter if it's Department of Education, if it's Nelnet, Navient, whatever. If you look at the payment history, you're going to more than likely see this. So let's look at these two accounts right here. Payment history on this one is going to very simply show you August 2019 at 90 days late. As you can see, there are no prior 30 or 60-day late payments. So, hello, how is that possible? It's not possible. And no, it doesn't matter that they only report you as late when you are 90 days late. The FCRA basically states that late payments must begin at 30, then 60, then 90, then 120, then 180, then charge off. Okay, so when you use very simple, common sense, logic, whatever word or phrase you want to throw in there, you're obviously going to see that this just does not make any sense. And on top of that, the fact that December 2019 shows okay, 90 days late. January 20 shows 90, 120. And then February 20 shows 120, okay. So on this account, you can use these errors to actually update the account, get them to remove the late payments, and it'll look like this person has never paid late. But if you look at the payment history on this account, and I'm looking at this top one right here, I would have to say that the only thing that you could possibly do on it is remove the entire account. Now, however, I think the open date on this one was 2008. So because of the age of this, you might actually want to leave this alone. If I were going to do anything, if it were not 2008, I would remove it. If you're going to do anything, I would probably just try to get them to correct this part right here where it's 120, 180, okay. You can use this to probably go after the late payment history. And again, late payments starting at 90 days late. So now when you are over in your credit repair software, you're going to use a dispute reason following the examples that I just gave you, that this account needs to be updated or removed so that it actually shows accurate, right? So we're going to say, update this account to show paid as agreed, never late for payment history, because there's no prior 30 or 60-day late payments before that 90-day late payment. Now, if I were going to delete it, I would say the same thing, but stop reporting this account for FCRA noncompliance due to the fact that, or because of the late payment history starting at 90 days late, or you can say because of the fact that these late payments are completely and totally inaccurate, however you want to say that. You don't have to say totally. And then give the examples of the late payments. I hope this made sense. If it doesn't, just let me know. Hi, welcome to the free inquiry removal webinar. Now, because this is recorded and you can rewatch, replay at any time, I'm not going to wait for anybody to show up because this is not live. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the different ways that you can dispute and remove your inquiries without having to pay anybody else and keep that money in your pocket, basically. This is not for beginners, but it's also not super advanced. So this should be for everybody. So we're going to jump right in. All right, so let's jump right in, deleting your inquiries for free. So there's a couple different methods that we're going to go over, okay? And I'm not saying that I condone all of them or that they all work. We're just looking at what's available, okay? Now, there are things that we are not going to go over, like coding and different softwares that are not the regular known ones, because there are other methods out there. but they're not available to everybody. So that's why we're not going over them. So we have what many people use, identity theft. Now, this is using section 605B in a police report. A lot of you are already familiar with that. And then we have disputing online via any of the sites that allow you to dispute your credit report, like Credit Karma, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. And then by calling each respective bureau to dispute. Now, some of the times you can actually not do it this way. It depends on who you get on the phone with, and you have to realize that things are changing all the time. So just because you were able to do it 5 years ago does not mean that you can do it now. All right. And then obviously sending non-identity theft letters to the bureaus to remove them, and then directly disputing with the creditors. Okay, so this may seem basic, but some of you actually don't know this, so this is why we're going over when does it happen? When does an inquiry occur? So this will be either when you go for a new job, and I did split up employment and new job because employment can be even if you're contracted with the Army or literally just with another, you're contracted for a company, child support or court order, collections or reevaluation of credit. And this is the one that is happening right now, reevaluation of credit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go and check out my most recent videos. New credit application, obviously, business, and then number 6, like I said, I split it up, new job, okay? And how much do they hurt me? So inquiries stay on for 2 years unless they are business related. Business related ones will remain for longer than that. And each of them can drop your score 3 to 5 points. And this is each, not in total, but each. So if you have 20 inquiries that, pop up because you went to, get a vehicle or whatever, then, if you put more than 30 days in between, then each of those are going to hurt you 3 to 5 points. It makes up 10% of your credit score. Now, this is one of the reasons that I do not do inquiries, nor do I want to do inquiries. Your payment history is 35%. The second most important thing is your available credit, which is 30%. So those are much more important than inquiries, and which is, like I said, one of the reasons why I don't do them. And then one of the things that you should know is that if it's auto or mortgage related, they only count as one against your score if it's within a 30-day period. And this will depend on the FICO model that's being used, because the FICO 98 is different than the FICO 08. Okay, so it may be a 45-day period, but just to be safe, you should tell yourself 30 days. Now, what this means is that they're not going to disappear from your credit. It's just that with your score, when it's calculated, they're only going to hurt 3 to 5 points in total versus 3 to 5 points each if it's within a 30-day period. Now, of course, you may be wondering why I'm giving you this information, right? So let me just lay it out like this. It costs too much, right? Let's just calculate. It's 50 cents per stamp. And the best way to do this is by disputing directly with the creditors. So if it's 50 cents per stamp plus other expenses such as envelopes, paper, ink, and my time, just look at the outcome. You don't get a lot of bang for your buck, right? Inquiries are only 10% of your score, like I said, versus other elements such as payment history, which is 35%, and utilization, which is 30%. So by removing those other elements of your account, like late payments and charge-offs, that's like 240 points versus 3 to 5 points. So the math just doesn't equate, right? And unfortunately, a lot of the time, it's a shot in the dark. If you compare the probability of removal between inaccurate accounts and inquiries, your probability of removal for accounts is drastically higher than that of an inquiry. You see, the most important thing that you should know is where to pull your credit report from. It's not what's the best method, it's the best information, all right? Because this is one of the most asked questions that I always have. Where do I pull my credit report from? And here's the answer: Identity IQ. If you're my client, you already know this. Okay, so speaking of clients, I have all of my clients pull their credit reports through IDIQ. And I found after 6 years of A/B testing that we get the best results because of all the information it shows, right? So you will actually find all the creditor names and addresses listed at the bottom. And I'm actually going to show you. And you are free to use whatever you wish, I'm not forcing anything on you, but you'll want to see all of your inquiries listed, which bureau they report on, and the names and addresses for each. And you can actually click right on this blue right here. It says sign up here, $21.99 a month. It'll save you $8 per month, which equates to $100 in a year. Okay, so let's go over and look at the next one. All right, so the very top image is what it looks like, listing all of the inquiries. All the way over on the right, you see what bureau. Next to that, going to the left, you see the date of the inquiry. Going to the left of that, the type, right? Like variety store, bank, credit card, bank, finance, personal, et cetera, auto financing. And then all the way to the left, you're going to see the actual name, right? So we have Macy's, Barclays, all that kind of stuff. Now, the second image on the bottom is the creditor information. So if I was looking for Capital One Auto Finance to go with the Capital One Auto Finance inquiry, I would look at the creditor information. It has their name, their address, and their phone number. So I don't have to go look it up online. You'll find that many credit monitoring sites do not have all this information, all right? So I recommend signing up for Identity IQ. Once again, you can use whatever you want, but if you want the best results, you need the best info. Okay, so if we look at the identity theft method first, as I'm sure you're well aware, you use 605B, as in section 605B, to remove your negative items, right? Whether that is an inquiry or an account or a bankruptcy, whatever. Okay, so anything that is related to identity theft. And I'm talking about where someone actually stole your information, your identification, whatever it is, and they did not have the authorization to do so. So you send out your 605B letter, all right? It is going to include a police report, not an online police report, but you physically went in and stated, hey, look, I'm a victim of identity theft, and all of these accounts that are listed on here are related to this, okay? If your accounts are not listed on your police report, they cannot be listed in an identity theft in the identity theft letter. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what to call it. So I will let you know that if you do a false police report, it is a C felony, okay? I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not trying to say that I have leverage over you or anything like that. I'm just saying it's a C felony. Do not do it if it is not true, okay? After the police report, you must also include an affidavit, okay? And once again, this is also something you don't want to do. Do not fill this out and include it if it is not true, because at the end of it, you are swearing that all this information is correct and true to the best of my knowledge, right? And that's perjury if it's not true. That's a year in prison. All right, so let's just move past that, and we're just going to pretend like everything is legit, right? The 605B letter is something that you should be using. You're going to include inquiries that are actually, from a fraudulent event. The police report is not false. The affidavit is true. And you're going to put all of this stuff with your letter and send it to the credit bureaus, okay? And the only reason they would remove an inquiry if it is for fraud. Otherwise, you're just going to be told that it's a matter of record and that they're not going to do anything about it. So I will be showing you very simply what you can do to kind of help you in this situation, whether you are disputing with them for a non-fraudulent event or for fraud. Okay, so the next thing after that would be disputing with the creditor. Okay, and this is the main avenue for disputing inquiries. If this does not work, you can then go to the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, all right? If it is truly, please listen to my words, if it is truly identity theft, that's why it says fact, you can utilize the CFPB complaints. If it is not, do not go any further. Do not do CFPB complaints or any other complaints, okay? So the very last step to this would be other complaints, BBB, Attorney General, I don't know why it says AF, but that's supposed to be AG, et cetera, okay? So do not do it if it's not actual fraud. I cannot emphasize that enough, okay? That is basically the way that the identity theft method works. All right, so when it works, This means you're an actual victim of identity theft and you are able to prove with documentation, travel docs, email statements, complaints, communication, etc. When it doesn't work is when there's, it's real, but there's no proof. I see this all the time. Someone tells me, because obviously I have no way of knowing for sure, oh, I'm an actual victim, yada, yada, but I have no proof. I've got nothing at all whatsoever that proves that I am, okay? So if you are not an actual victim, it's not going to work for you. Now, see, it used to years ago, but millions of people utilize this method when they were not supposed to, because it is only for victims of identity theft. You see, they're supposed to actually remove all of your negative items that are included in the identity theft report within 4 business days. This is why millions of people used it when they were not supposed to. However, because of that, now for real victims, it doesn't really work anymore. All right. So now if it does, the pros of it would be that you may possibly, it may be possibly faster, but in this current economy and situation, it may be the same time frame as a non-identity theft dispute, right? And then of course the cons is that this method is used when it shouldn't be. It can block you from future disputes. Let's just look at this with common sense. It is very difficult to first say, oh, I'm a victim of fraud, and then say, oh, it's mine, but it's just that, whatever the dispute reason is, it was unauthorized, I didn't know about it, it's not mine, etc., etc. Okay, so creditors will also see you as a risk if you have a fraud alert. So there's many different layers of this, and that's why I'm giving all this information. So when it comes to online disputes, these are the type that you can use or do. So we have an example for Credit Karma, Direct Bureau site, and then Experian. So let's look at something similar to Credit Karma. And I say similar to because there's many sites and places that you can do an online dispute. But I'm using Credit Karma for the obvious reason that everybody knows Credit Karma, and most disputes are done online with them because they make it so easy, right? So the bureaus make it really simple to make an online dispute because your electronic submission directly goes into their eOscar system. Did you know that? Probably not. You don't even know that you're giving up your rights under Section 611 and 623. So having said that, you can dispute your inquiries online, including sites like Credit Karma, but you want to choose the reason for unauthorized, not mine. I mean, unless that's actually true, but unauthorized. Okay. So if you're not familiar with Section 611 or 623, what it basically comes down to is that you are giving up your rights to, number one, sue them, meaning the bureaus or the creditors, and number two, that the bureaus don't have to send over any relevant documentation that you include, so don't bother. And number three, that when it comes back and it's not in your favor, that you're not going to do anything about it. Now, the reason I'm even telling you about online disputes is because the only thing that you can dispute online, is going to be inquiries. Don't bother with your accounts. Okay, I'm not going to go that far into why and all that kind of stuff. Just take my word for it. If you don't believe me, look it up. Okay, so when it comes to your accounts, it is very highly unadvisable that you do it online. However, once again, with inquiries, because there's not that much damage that you can do with inquiries, you can dispute them online. Sometimes they come off, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just a shot in the dark. Okay, so now if you want to dispute them directly with the bureaus, you can do this with TransUnion and Equifax only. So it's transunion.com and Equifax.com, but that's kind of like disputing with Credit Karma, right? So you would go, and I'm not going to explain how to do it. There's other videos on how to do this. If you go back maybe 3 years or so in my videos, you would go and start your online dispute, go and find your inquiries and dispute them. Once again, your reason would be unauthorized. So you're not going through a third-party site like Credit Check Total or Credit Karma. This is a direct bureau. Okay, so the one that you cannot do online is going to be Experian. Experian is the most difficult to deal with. I don't know why. I don't know what their issue is, but it is what it is. You just have to deal with it. You have to find ways around it, and you just have to keep going, all right? So if you are going to dispute online, you cannot do it with Experian. Now, you can do phone disputes. However, most of the time, you're really not going to get anywhere. So I don't, especially now in the current situation that we're dealing with, I don't recommend wasting 3 hours of your life sitting on the phone to be told that you can't do it. It did work maybe a couple of years ago, like 5-6 years ago, but now it's just an absolute waste of time. Okay, so no phone disputes. I didn't even make a slide for it. That's how worthless it is, okay? Okay, so if you want to know what the smoking gun is, you're going to want to stay till the end because I don't want you to miss it. So when I do inquiries, I'm going to show you what I actually use, okay? So now you're going to want to know what your letters should look like. So you're going to be able to access these very simply by clicking on the link that you find with this. It'll also be emailed to you so that you can actually read through these. Now this is directly from my course, and you don't need to use any templates, but this is just how to dispute via mail. Okay, so we've already gone over unauthorized inquiry disputes, right? We already went over online. We already talked about the phone. We already talked about all that stuff. And this is just how you would categorize and write your disputes, okay? So you don't really have to put a on there, unauthorized inquiries, but you can if you would like to. That's completely fine. The entire point is that you are letting the bureaus know, hey, look, even though I know you're going to say that this is a matter of record, even though I know you're not going to do anything, I am disputing this because it's on my credit report and you're in charge of my credit report. Where the heck is the proof? Because a lot of the times they're not going to have any proof, okay? So this is a round 2 inquiry dispute. Once again, this is going to the bureaus. I'm going to show you as well what you would write to the creditors. All right, so then we have a round 3. This is my last and final letter to your non-compliant company, blah, blah, blah. Now, this follows very, very simple, like a FCRA standard letter, okay? Now, the only reason I'm showing you this once again is because it is a guide on understanding how you can dispute inquiries if you have no idea what you're doing. Now, I don't recommend actually using these because I do not want you sending out any templates. But what I want you to do is to study this information, right? And to consume it and then to turn it into your own letter. Okay, so this is how I write my letter. First, I have to let them know why I'm disputing this, what I'm disputing, and then, obviously what I want to happen. The same as factual disputes and the same way that you write simple letters. Okay, so then we have inquiry dispute to the creditor. The creditor is the one that's going to get the negative item deleted, okay? Once again, the creditor is the one that's going to delete it. And yes, you can sue them, okay? You can sue the creditors. You can sue the bureaus. You can sue whoever the heck you want to, all right? So now, as far as putting in laws and all of that, you really, really, really do not need to do that. But if you want to, that's okay. You can do that. However, once again, I recommend that you do a regular factual dispute, ask for the authorization. Where's the proof? Where's my signature? I know you don't have it. And bottom line is, get it off my credit report. It is as simple as that. There's nothing more to it. This would be an example of an identity theft letter. Now, most of the time when it comes to something such as identity theft, you can use a template just so that you're ensuring that everything that's required is going to be there. However, this is as simple as stating that you're a victim of identity theft, the section that goes with it, because there's very specific things that you want to say in this letter, and whatever else is relevant, such as I was on a cruise, I was in Germany, the inquiries listed after X date were not initiated by me, I lost my entire purse, my wallet, inside of it was my social, my cards, my license. You do want to say that you obtained a police report that lists, the inquiries or accounts or whatever it is that you're disputing as fraud related, and have included it with your letter, affidavit, and identification. And then this is the way that you would list them. And I do have accounts and inquiries on here just because I was going to make this example between inquiries and accounts. But anywho, that do not belong to me. Creditor name, inquiry date, which you would of course take directly from your credit report. This inquiry must be deleted or removed within 4 business days pursuant to 605B due to identity theft. You write however many of them are on there, and then I would like to see a new report that reflects that this info was deleted for fraud. Thank you, your name. You must, and I've already said this, but you must include all of the inquiries that were included in the fraud on the police report. If they are not on there, you're going to be in a world of, or not trouble, but you're gonna have issues, okay? You don't want to have issues. So why don't you just do it the right way the first time and get it over with? Okay, so credit bureaus continued. So once again, if it's not due to fraud, don't bother disputing with the credit bureaus. They will simply tell you that it's a matter of record. So you do not dispute any inquiries that are attached to accounts, or they will be closed. So what this means is that if you have an account with Capital One that also has an inquiry from you applying for it, do not dispute it. They will close the account. If you also have an inquiry from Cap One that was, done for a different card, or it was a different week prior, I recommend that you do not dispute it. They will consider it fraud and will close your account. Okay, please do not do it. Now, one of the things that's going to help you is if you block or you suppress SageStream. Okay, so before you do anything with inquiries, this is inquiries only, my recommendation is to block or suppress SageStream. So this is where inquiries are verified. If you do dispute with the bureaus and they perform an actual investigation, which most of the time they won't, they will simply check with SageStream to see if they are valid or not. It's a very, very simple tactic. Okay, so before we get to the smoking gun, this is the last section. Okay, so these are my finishing thoughts, and it is very, very important. Number one, the longer you dispute, the harder it is. And no, I'm not all about giving bad news, because the good news is that you can remove anything except for child support off your credit report, right? But you have to respect the person that in a time like this, that they're not going to play with your emotions. They're not going to, sugarcoat stuff and make things what they're not. That's not me. That is not me. I'm not going to tell you that things are overnight. I'm not going to tell you that, in 30 days, all your negative items, whatever they are going to fall off. No, this is really, really hard work, and anything worth having is going to be difficult. It's going to be a process, okay? But it's a life-changing process. And slow doesn't mean that nothing's happening. It just means that patience is needed for this life-changing process, okay? And the bureaus can't speak for the creditor's money. That also includes inquiries. Now, inquiries don't cost money per se. I mean, it does cost for their system, and they do have to buy that information from the bureaus, but it's a little bit different than the accounts. All I'm saying is that they are not the ones that remove the negative items. It's the creditors, and the bureaus cannot speak for the creditors, just as I can't speak for the bureaus, and neither can you. So if anybody ever guarantees you anything, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because they can't speak for someone else. They can't speak for someone else's money. So watch out for the person that tells you exactly what you want to hear, because all they're doing is mirroring what you are telling them, okay? If you get on the phone with someone, do not tell them what you want. You want to find out what their program is like. And this doesn't just go for credit, right? Because obviously if you need help, come to me, okay? I'm talking about anything. Do not tell people what you're looking for, because all they're going to do is mirror what you said you want. And guess what? That's the program you're going to get, but on paper, right? It's not going to exist, because you can't speak for someone else, okay? You can't speak for your husband. You can't speak for your wife. You can't speak for your children, okay? And the process is slow right now, but slow doesn't mean nothing's happening, okay? And use the correct methods and reasons. This is the number one reason that people don't get results, because they don't understand what they're using. They don't understand what they're saying, and they don't understand what they're sending. Okay, and 10% isn't a lot. 10% of your credit score, okay, what makes up your credit score, the whole FICO breakdown and all that, 10% of that is your credit inquiries, okay? After 12 months, they don't even hurt you. They're only 3 to 5 points each, all right? 10% is not a lot, so don't freak out about your inquiries. I have a lot of people that come to me and they're like, oh, I have 100 inquiries in total and blah, blah, blah. Most of the time I tell them, hey, look, unless you want to pay $1,500 to $2,800 or more, you should probably do this yourself or do nothing at all and just sit on them for 2 years. While that may seem like a long time, is it worth $3,000 to you or more? I know a company right off the top of my head that would charge you $5,000 for 100 inquiries, okay? So you have to understand that there should be a fair exchange between what you are paying and what you are getting. If there is not, then you shouldn't be doing it. And identity IQ will take you to the promised land. What I mean by that is that it's not like a flying carpet. It's not going to literally pick you up and take you there, but it will give you the information that you need to get off whatever the heck it is that you are disputing. In this case, it will be inquiries, okay? And you have to understand the process. If you don't understand the process, you're not going to get anywhere. You will not succeed. So many people, I don't even want to tell you about a conversation I had yesterday, but so many people think that this is an overnight process. Like, who said that. Where are you getting this information from? It doesn't exist. It does not exist, and you don't want to put yourself in that position. You're a grown-ass adult, okay? And if you can, you know, calculate 1 + 1, then you should be able to figure using common sense that you can't force people to do anything. All right. I mean, right now, everything is slow. The banks, transactions, applications, letters, deliveries, online orders, processes, even going to the ATM, going to McDonald's, going to Walmart, standing in line to get into Costco, getting on the phone. Everything is a slow process right now because nothing is normal. And even when it is normal, there's still a process. So just imagine. I mean, there's people out there that had perfect credit and were never late, and they can't even get money right now. They can't even get credit. Credit card companies are literally closing accounts. So where do you get that things are going to be quick for you? You get what I'm saying? So you have to understand the process. And when you understand the process, you can move forward. And this is my smoking gun. Some of you may already know it, but this is using an unauthorized inquiry dispute directly to the credit bureaus. Okay. Now you can also send this to the creditor. So instead of the credit bureau on their address, you would put the creditor. All right. So very simply, the FCRA states that the only permissible purpose for pulling someone's credit report is, and this is directly from section 604 of the FCRA, firm offer of credit. A firm offer of credit, insurance, a court order, and employment. I recently pulled a copy of my credit report and noticed inquiries that I did not authorize and do not fit A, B, C, or D above. And then you put the creditor name and the date of inquiry. Please remove these inquiries from my credit report as they were not authorized. Your name. Okay, so let's just break this down. Section 604 states the permissible purposes for pulling someone's credit report, right? Firm offer of credit, insurance, a court order, and employment. A firm offer of credit means that you know you are going to get the account, which means that there would be no inquiries on your credit report that are not attached to accounts. This is the smoking gun. This is the smoking gun. All right. So you can ask for proof all you want. You can, you know, whatever, but this is the way that I get most of my inquiries removed. All right. This is the way. So there it is, guys. All right. So if you need my assistance, my name is Kristen Vargas. I'm the CEO and founder of Expert Credit Suites. There is my email address, kristen@expertcreditsuites.com. You can schedule an appointment with me, not for inquiries, obviously, but if you would like to remove the negative items from your credit report once and for all, permanently, not overnight, using realistic expectations and being mentally prepared, then please go schedule that call, because right now there's tons of people that are willing to get into your pocket and mirror and give you exactly what you're looking for, but it's not going to exist. And I don't sugarcoat anything. So if you want to get to that mortgage, get to, you know, that vehicle that you want, or that new job that you want, or whatever, the things that you actually need, then I am the one that can get you there. Okay. Right now it is imperative to have good credit. If you don't have it, you're not going to be able to fall back on things. And guess what? Like I said, creditors are closing accounts. They're closing accounts. They're lowering limits because you are risky to them. And even if you are not risky to them, you might have the credit card that's just sitting there collecting dust, and that is not profitable for them or to them. So they are going to close that account. All right. And I can help you with all of these things. You're at a 500 score and need a 740. Fine. Give me a call. Do you not have any credit? You only have negative credit? Okay, fine. Give me a call. All right. So you can obviously see my Facebook at Expert Credit Suites right there. And if you are looking for do-it-yourself stuff, then you can go to services.vargasconsultingworks.com. All right. Whatever it is, you can drop me a line. If I see it, I will reply. If not, you can schedule a call with me for me to take over your file. I do not give free advice. It is on my time. I give free information, like I said, but when I have the time, and I make it for everybody by popular demand. I cannot give free advice one-on-one. All right. So to maximize my time, that is why I create the videos that I do, because they have been requested, or they are a majority based on things that are asked on my YouTube comments or whatever. All right. So I appreciate you staying till the end. Hopefully you didn't just skip through, but that is it from me to you. This was the free inquiry webinar, and I hope you actually took something away from this. And that is it.